Folks, welcome and thank y'all so much for being here. It's Wednesday, you know what that means. It's time for some Mouse Guard. Omni, what's happening, buddy?
Hey everyone, I'm the last Omnitech, your favorite robot American, and thank you all for tuning in. Hurricane. That's what's going on. Coming
Shout out to you for being here.
Thank you. If it makes you feel any better, it would either be this or I'd be sitting in the house waiting for power to go out. So this is more preferable. For what it's worth, things looking pretty good. We're only catching the outer walls. So, I can't wait to run this game, as always. 'Tis Mouse Guard, an incredible game set in a world of fantasy with mice, weasels, hedgehogs, and untold dangers. But let's have you guys introduce your characters first, and also I would like you guys to give me summaries as to what's been happening as I grab the Mouse Guard book.
I'll start if you guys are okay with it.
Sure, Bob.
Hi, I'm Derek. You might know me as DMDM Studios. I play Dukan, Best Weasel. We have been conscripted in one way, shape, or form, or willingly joined the Mouse Guard. And in the case of other people, as a group, we have been put on barges to accompany Gwendolyn, the matriarch of the Mouse Guard, and her entire cadre of mouse folk. It is a veritable smorgasbord of mice and hedgehogs, which are hedgehogs, and weasels, which are weasels. We have encountered some threats along our journey. We have made some armor and weapons out of some enemies, and we have made our way to a new land.
Okay, sounds accurate. I love it. So, you know the drill. For those of you who have given us intros, you're going to be getting yourself either a point of persona or a point of fate. You take a choice. I'm good with either.
No, I have 4 and 4.
Nice. Who else has anything to add to that summary of what's going on? Whether the last session or prior to. I'm willing to take anything for you guys.
I can go.
Okay.
I'm playing Sayana the Small. She's a mouse. She's small but feisty. So in the last session, we, like Derek said, escorted Gwendolyn and some other mice on shore, and kind of held down the beachfront while the rest of the barges docked, and the rest of the mice were able to join us. So we were pretty busy fighting crabs, sandpipers, seagulls, all manners of creatures. I think that was about all of them.
Yeah.
But
some fucking
we
crane
held our
showed
own.
up. Heron.
Yes.
Yes, that is when things got a little dicey. But Sayana was fairly strategic and was able to keep all of her mice compatriots alive. So.
Compadres is not a word, but it's cute because you made one.
I couldn't think of the word compatriots.
The word now.
It's a mouse word. Compadres.
Wake up, sheeple.
Yes, so she kept them all alive, which was her goal for that session, and she accomplished it.
Indeed. All right, excellent. Again, persona or fate, your choice. Red, anything to add to that?
Oh. Sorry, I just wanted the comedic timing to be there. Okay, so so Giles split the entirety of the crab forces in half, and then went in and killed one of the leaders, and then decided to be like, oh, there's birds, so I'm going to use this opportunity to go and meet with the natives like I said I would do. So he just sort of like pushed forward into the woods and met with the natives, quote unquote, even though they're not technically natives.
Yeah,
But,
so-
For
sounds
one
good to me.
that's exactly where we got off, I believe.
Yes, it was. You all... Yeah, that's a pretty good summary, more or less. After much sailing across the sea, you all finally made it to this new land. Found that it was occupied with many creatures, and required a little bit of landing operation, so you D-Day'd your way onto it, and Red managed to find himself some natives, along with Sayana the Small, and
Thank you,
Khan, who went first. Thank you, Naris. Much appreciated. I'm trying to get my water bottle free over here. My work pack that I'm never going to need ever
Hey,
again.
we can't be drowned anymore. Andrew from the Discord tried to drown us on Booty on Saturday, so I was like, okay, I can't put this off any longer. I have to do this live, and I didn't say like 15-minute cooldown.
You are safe. Thank goodness for that. At least unless, you encounter rain, then you have all sorts of other problems. So yes, you guys landed and found signs of mouse life, and Red's character went ahead and using, I guess, your regiment of troops from Wolfram, you found and encountered a rather interesting figure, the like of which I don't know if you've seen this character before or encountered them. Truly, I don't. How old is your character, by any chance?
Giles is... pull up his exact age. I know he's pushing it. 43.
You actually would have known him, or have encountered him at one point.
I
So-
think I have his name written down. It's Squill the Mighty.
Every time you do that, I genuinely don't know if you're fucking with me or not. And I have to pause and be like, Red, no. It's,
Squill, son of Squeeb.
you're... One of these days, I'm gonna party wipe you with a character you've named. You're gonna feel terrible. It's gonna be like getting killed by something in Minecraft that's been name tagged something obscene.
Yeah, like Squeeb.
Nice. Midnight. Midnight is this character's name. Let me just make sure. Click. There we go.
Where's afternoon?
Joke's on you. Your power's waned, old man. So you managed to meet him and a coterie of other mice. It seems like a small group of them, all clad in roughly made splint mail of like black iron, all in this underground chamber off of the beach by like a good 15 minutes or so, 15-20 minutes away from the beachhead. In this little hidden alcove that you had described to you by Dukan and Sayana, because I believe it was you two who discovered it. Who went ahead? Yeah, it was, because it was you two, and also you had your unfortunate enemy Toffrin going with you as well. So now in this chamber, you see this black-clad mouse in a mouse guard cloak, tattered but still intact. This pretty brass gold kind of plated gauntlet, and this giant sword on his back, surrounded by dudes with blades, and he's just regarding you. You would have taken a moment to recognize this character, I figure, so we'll account for that. Midnight used to, and a long time ago, almost at this point, 15 years ago, 20 years ago.
Can't even count that high.
Yeah. He used to be the blacksmith for Gwendolyn and the Mouse Guard. He took up residence at Lockhaven. And while there, he helped armor the mice of not the expedition, but of the Mouse Guard proper. However, over the years, he slowly became embittered, and he secretly coordinated a coup to overthrow the Mouse Guard one particular fall year, and unleashed an army known as the Black Axe Army upon Blockhaven, the first time it had been besieged in nearly 50 years. Since the Weasel Wars, actually. And he managed to breach the gates, and was only thwarted, at least as the legend goes, by the mouse by the name of the Black Axe. A literal mouse mythological figure, apparently real, at least in part.
He thwarted himself.
He done been
It
thwarted.
was all the way to make himself look good.
Entertainingly, Midnight had been masquerading as the Black Axe, and apparently that pissed off the actual Black Axe, who had been in retirement and came out of it just to clap Midnight's cheeks. However, Midnight wasn't killed.
Mouse cheek clapped.
Yeah.
Little Dark Souls boss. The Dark Souls boss screamed. Mouse cheeks clapped.
However, Midnight and his coup was thwarted. The mice were driven off with a combination of a skillful defense of the portcullis of Lockhaven, as well as also unleashing the bees from the bee's nest in Lockhaven on them, which unfortunately killed many bees, but saved the place, and stopping Midnight with an actual intervention from the Black Axe. However, Midnight wasn't killed. It was instead taken prisoner, and at Gwendolyn's explicit direction, she told, I believe the exact order was, take of him his weapon and bind him and bring him to the scent border. Push him beyond and let him be king of what he can be out beyond. The understanding is if you go beyond the scent border, you're dead. Like, the only thing that keeps mice from getting eaten by predators is the scent border. And the last anyone had ever heard of Midnight was that he had wandered into the wastes where there were hundreds of eyes watching him ready to eat him. But nothing beyond that. It was a really harsh winter year, and it just sort of, they couldn't really make out more than that. They assumed he was dead. So this is the first, you would have assumed he was dead. You were probably like in training at the time, and you probably would have heard of this whole thing indirectly. You might have met Midnight when he was the smith of the Mouse Guard at one point. So he is a traitor, and he was effectively executed, or at least exiled, from the Mouse territories. And here he is, standing in front of you, like 30 years older, grizzled, and looking at you bemusedly from the comfort of a chair surrounded by guards. Your men are here as well. So right now there is a very uncomfortable tension in the air.
I haven't really known what to say. Didn't expect to be in this sort of situation today. Expected to find a bunch of mice that weren't, you.
Do I know you, by any chance?
Oh, no, but I know you, laddie. I mean, most people know who you are. It's easier to remember your enemies than it is to remember your friends at this point.
He sort of squints at you. I'm going to see if he can remember you. He genuinely...
Wee mouseling.
You actually probably were like maybe 12 or 13 when this happened. You were in your early training days if you encountered. He's got a sharp mind though. So he looks at you, squints. I can't remember your name, but I can remember. You're from that settlement in the north, aren't you? What was it again? Wolfsbane? Wolfstone? Wolfram. Yes, Wolfram. You were the child from Wolfram. You were a mere pup back then. Tender mouse. Well. Of all the people from the Mouse Guard for me to meet, you still carry great swords. Looks at your bag. Of course you do. Good taste, at least. May I ask?
Dissatisfied with your position? Afraid there's not really anyone to overthrow all the way out here.
Oh boy, that's a testy topic. It's been 20 years since what happened between me and the Mouse Guard. 20 years changes a lot. After all, I'm sitting here talking with you. Would you humor an old blacksmith? Would you mind if I took a look at your sword? And holds out the brass hand, and you can hear like a soft, like almost like cranking noise. Like whatever's in there, it's spring operated, and the hand sort of like opens on a rote, like it's made to like articulate with like the motion of his wrist.
Springs, you said.
Mm.
Damn it, Red.
What?
You know what?
No. I don't know if you know what I'm thinking.
I'm gonna fucking DM you.
He's got a feeling.
I called it home.
The
Oh,
mice
boy.
here after hours tend to get a little quirky. No, it actually wasn't what I was
If this is a Five Nights at Freddy's character, this campaign just got a lot more
I
dangerous.
definitely thought that's where he thought he was going. So it's like, oh no, Red, come on.
You good.
You know, a mouse could live without its frontal lobe.
I got burned alive like 4 times. So yeah, he extends a metal hand, slowly cranks open as he does. And you can see the guards behind him are... They're not like blades pointed at you, but they are arrayed in a regiment. Like, it is very clear that if fighting were to be called for, it could happen shortly. And honestly, this is very close quarters. You and him and your equerry are all... And basically everyone in this room is like less than, I would say, 2 mouse heights from each other. And there's probably like 30 people in this room now, combining both sides, split about evenly. And you know there's plenty more down the pipe where he came from. And you probably have the rest of your regiment behind you. So, to start a pitched battle in a tiny underground room with troops armed with spears and greatswords, I mean, weirder stuff has happened,
Oh,
but
see this
it's not
play out.
likely.
Watch me, you fucking gobshite.
I'm not there, I'm just kidding.
I'll fucking skin you later.
But yeah, no.
Um.
So, he has his arm outstretched.
Says a quiet prayer to St. Bogdan as he actually reluctantly relinquishes his weapon for a moment.
He reaches the brass hand out and it closes back on it again with a little click as he holds it up. And he reaches behind his and he pulls out his sword, and like just to make clear that he's not readying it at all, he just sort of like lets it like gently sit, like its weight pulling it down, not in a firm grip for fighting. Just gently pushes it onto the ground and catches it on the blade and sort of holds them together. Holds it up to the light, like one of the dim candles nearby. Can we get a little more torchlight here, please? And one of the mice from behind shuffles up, holds a torch forward, and he looks at it. Yes. As I thought I recognized this one. Well, I'm glad to see the blade still holds. And he holds his hand out again, slowly extends out to you. With the blade balanced quite calmly in like his extended hand. It's pretty heavy for a mouse, but he's bearing it well. I recognize my stamp anywhere.
A good weapon's a good weapon, it says. He took it back, hoisted it back over his shoulder.
Yes. That we agree. As I've said, it's been many years. The Mouse Guard and I parted on less than amicable terms, however. I earned it. Ambition drove me, and while I felt I was principled, it doesn't excuse my betrayal of the people I served. So, I consider this an opportunity to bury the hatchet. You've come here with the expedition, haven't you? I have to assume that's what it is. It's a mighty array of mice and other creatures as well. If that's not a fighting force, I don't know what is. Am I wrong?
No. I don't see much reason to lie to you. It's not like you're exactly of good means here. We're 200 strong. It's not like you'd stand a chance anyway. Especially not against me.
I like
Get
the
him.
cut of your jib,
Get him.
Wolf Mouse. Come, you and your people are welcome in my court. It's further inland. Go back. Find your friends. Invite them deep within. Tell them that they are willing and able to bear arms. They may. But you are guests here in this place. I merely ask your consideration. Is that fair?
More than fair. It's technically your land, even though it's your name ain't on it anywhere. But
I believe it is. And he slowly pushes his foot across the tiles below. And you can see the image of a mouse clad in a black robe, or a black cloak, with a brass fist in the stonework of the floor. You see, Gwendolyn was quite specific when she exiled me. Let him be king of all he can be, beyond the scent border. I chose this small place. Come, send a runner back, or yourself if you wish. But we'll wait here for you to return. I'll send one of mine as well if you'd like. Make it fair. I don't want there to be any discrepancies. I'd like this to be a meeting of equals.
he'd look over. Annabelle?
Yes, my lord. And she steps forward and, plants her banner in the ground. Sort of like, she's had her chest puffed out defiantly. She's younger than you by a fair shake. She's never met Midnight, but she's heard of Midnight, the traitor king, the would-be Black Axe. That's kind of like a known legend.
Giles is a very stoic, and I wouldn't say he's very expressive when it comes to his emotions, unless it's just like being boisterous or like loud or laughing or whatever. When he's like frustrated or confused or conflicted about something, he's very quiet about it. And she can tell that he has some inkling of respect for this guy. Strangely enough.
Okay. She nods. If you'd like me to run back, my lord, I will.
At your task. Let everyone know that we found a new friend. Let's not use names. I don't want any prejudice getting in the way of this meeting.
Aye, my lord. She leans close to you and just sort of whispers, "What should I do about the matriarch?"
You think about that. You're a canny girl. I'm sure you can come up with a name that won't offend anyone.
Yes, my lord. Of course. King, and she inclines her head at Midnight, who slowly inclines his. And as the flickering candlelight hits the side of his face, you can see he's only able to look with one of his eyes. The other one, there's a really terrifying old scar through it. The kind of scar that was either made by a great bladed weapon wielded by a mouse, or a weapon wielded by a beast, like a weasel, or teeth and fang of a predator, but truly the hallmark of an ancient and hard-fought battle of old. And he nods and... Right. Also, I need to send my men as well. Anagast! Forward! And from behind in the tunnel, you could hear mice push themselves to the side. This loud creaking sound. As slowly into the chamber, this heavy, shrouded in robes figure steps in and grows as it steps forward until you realize it is 100% a weasel. Clad in tattered cloths. Someone basically just tore all of them up. There's not a single piece of cloth on this character. And this large wooden carved mask in the shape of an owl. And you can hear this loud clattering as it drags. It isn't even a mace, because a mace has an actual, like, handle. This is a ring handle attached to a chain. And the most terrifying mouse head-sized mace ball you've ever seen, covered in wicked barbs. And Adagast, as he's been named, slowly cranes his head and chitters something in a language you might not know. I actually don't know. Make me a nature roll if you'd like.
Nature. Sure. I'll make it'll be 3. Yes.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, okay, that's enough. You don't like, the language itself is a strange dialect. You haven't heard this variety before, but it is very clear that it is some kind of predator's dialect, and you've heard similar, like, dialects among wolves and occasionally among raccoons where you're from. So you were able to make out more or less the term master and task, to which you could hear Midnight return in the same language, surprisingly very good accent, well enough where you can't understand him. He's more fluent in it than you are. Something along the lines of follow, protect, and he points over at Arabelle, who is, like, blanching in the face of this giant dread weasel. This weasel's at least as big as Dukan. Could be bigger, honestly. The scale in this, like, enclosed space and the dim lighting really makes it hard to figure out. This character could be as big as Modi the Red.
Oh, Jesus.
Like, it is tough to gauge in these close quarters.
I fear no weasel, but that thing scares me.
So, slowly, Adagast clops forward and sort of pulls on the chain. It scoops up, and the ball leaps up, and he just sort of catches it in his hand. You can see it's gnarled and coated in scars and ancient wounds, and wrapped in bandages, and bound in what appears to be some kind of barbed wire. As he catches it, like almost like rings of spikes around his knuckles. They don't seem like they cut into him. They're designed to be facing outward, but it's still not a very convenient arrangement, clearly.
Okay, Giles is gonna make a roll to see if he can take this guy in a fight.
Yo, if you want to make a fighter roll or a hunter roll, absolutely.
Fighter it is.
I would let that be an assessment. It's good enough.
2 successes.
You fought a lot of stuff. You get the very distinct impression this guy could dumpster you. He is... it would be a hell of a fight. You might be able to kill him. But there is no doubt in your mind that that weasel, the size of it, the weight of the weapon it's wielding, the laundry list of injuries on its exposed hand, which indicates having fought. The cuts, and this is how you can really tell, the cuts on his hand aren't the kind made from catching his mace ball, and they're not the kind made from, like, minor scuffles or tumbles. Those are cuts made from catching mouse blades. Not like getting caught by them, catching them
Jesus
and
Christ.
stopping them.
I respect the grind.
Yeah. the guy's basically, he's this close to being the Mouse Guard equivalent of a Dark Souls boss. Like, this guy has literally ground himself to the point where he is truly more predator.
Dark Souls mini boss. Like the
Pretty much.
Covenant
What you're
demon.
saying is I could take him in a fight.
Yeah. You might be able to kill him, but you absolutely know that any attempt would kill you. Even with your troops here. That's where really the danger hits you. This guy absolutely could decimate your regiment.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the well-being of my regiment than I am about me taking somebody on in a fight.
Right.
He would want to do it one-on-one anyway, because it's more honorable in his eyes.
That's fair.
Giles has ended conflicts by fighting the general one-on-one. So.
So
me. Throws down gauntlet.
1v1, mate, bitch! Today's 16 no scopes only.
I lived, bitch. Adagast slowly steps forward and cranes its head down and speaks in very rough mouse common. I am ready when you are, mouse. And slowly, like, cranes his head and pushes past your regiment, going down the tunnel quietly, head sunken low as he does. And you can hear, like, a shh sound as he walks past. And you can see that his tail has been broken at one point. It's, like, at an angle. The way that it's sort of held and sort of dragged partially along the ground, but he doesn't seem to notice it. He just sort of pushes past Arabelle down the stairs, not rudely, but just he's so fucking big.
Damn, that's a big ass boy. Damn.
Damn, that's a big ass boy, boy.
Wow, your body is fucking incredible.
So, Giles is gonna catch Arabelle, and he's gonna look at her and just give her, like, a shake of his head, like, and he expects her to know exactly what he means by shaking his head.
She nods, and she's pretty pale at having seen that. And she just sort of, like, leans in and speaking in your local tongue, which is a very hard to understand dialect outside. Kind of like if someone were to belt into like, Gaelic.
Oh, yeah.
Adkaliaki tongue! Exactly. And she just quietly says, I think they have predators too. I'm wondering whether or not we might be actually outgunned. And she just, like, steps backwards and nods and slowly goes down behind, carrying the banner. And then pausing, then turning towards another one of the regimental mice and just goes, You, hold the colors. And she, like, the mouse just kind of like, Yes, milady, and takes it. I expect them to not fall. If you do, I'm going to clap you so hard you lose teeth. And she goes behind Adagast and disappears down the tunnel. Midnight, slowly watching them leave, just turns to you and says, Well then, I appear to have you at a disadvantage. So, how about I take you to my home, as I know yours, and you can see what I've built here. Come. All mice are welcome. And he begins to walk towards the tunnel.
Oh, I look forward to seeing your kingdom of nothing, he'd do, air quotes.
Well, it's a mite big for nothing. And we're gonna slam cut over to the Mouse Expedition, which at this point is pushing its way off the beachhead. The weasels and the hedgems have, at this point, more or less disassembled the creatures that had attempted to kill you all, more or less, for parts. So there's a large amount of now drying bone, gnawed clean by weasels or carved clean by mice tanners or by hedgehog strippers. You have a bunch of others, leather workers. You have a crazy amount of meat that's currently being cured in large vats off the side of the turtles as they slowly advance up the beachhead. And you can see, I would want to say, Dukan and Sienna, your regiments have been relieved and are currently being having their injuries clothed. They're being fed, given food, and I'm willing to say that you're probably at this point both in the same area, if that's fair. It's sort of like a meeting place on the other side of the beach overlooking it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I saw a lightning flash and I got concerned it was a power line. So,
I am, I think Dukan would probably be, overseeing, I don't know what Dukan would be doing. Come back to me.
You're good.
I respect the grind.
You're good, buddy. Sienna, what are you doing now that your soldiers... I will say one injured soldier that had their leg broken when the Heron literally stood on him as a result of like the shield wall nearly being broken. He's being treated at the moment, probably by like an apothecary, a mouse apothecary, as the other relief forces are sort of walking past you. And they're kind of just like slowly filtering by. What's Sienna up to right now?
She's wondering why we brought so many hedgehog strippers on this expedition.
I chose my words so poorly.
Hedgehog strippers, damn, we're fucking.
And she's gonna bring one of the hedgehog strippers over to the house with the broken leg to cheer him up. Kidding.
That's a good line.
I'm going to.
Just like the French. The French and the British would actually bring prostitutes with them on expedition.
I mean, yeah.
Keeps
Not
morale up.
Yeah, not this kind.
I'm seeing the implications of that.
Yeah, that would have been a much larger, I imagine, like, that would have been a much bigger caravan than you already were in. Yikes. I don't want to see that. Actually, I actually kind of do want to see that caravan tortoise. Like, what that one would look like.
You got the rave lights.
Rave lights, metal poles as opposed to the wood poles holding it up.
Somebody playing the karambe.
Yeah.
Playing Sandstorm on the karambe.
One person with panpipes blasting out Darude Sandstorm.
We got a great breakfast buffet, though.
That's what everyone's really there for, let's be honest. So, eventually, yeah, go ahead.
Sienna probably would go find Tom, make sure he's doing okay.
Okay. From what you've seen, you're able to sort of like... So, Thom was in your regiment, but again, it's a regiment, so there's plenty of men, and mice, I should say, scattered about. And they're all sort of like resting, some are like pouring their canteens out on their face to like just feel a little bit better. Others just sort of like dusting off, some are just like hyped they made it onto the beachhead alive. It's like, again, the scope of this cannot be understated. This was probably the closest thing to a mouse war that's been fought in 20 years. So, or at least 10 years. In 10 years, in a decade, this is the biggest military action the Mouse Guard has seen. And it was on foreign soil, in a distant place, where no one has any charts, and you all survived. This is pretty epic stuff. And you can see Thom currently sitting in the sand, lying on his back, just like resting happily, like drunk on adrenaline. A couple like cuts and scrapes here and there, but nothing serious, like just minor nicks that you would acquire in battle. And just sort of like a little short sword in his hand. Just like resting there in the sun.
So, your first battle, what did you think?
He slowly like opens his eyes and turns to look at you and just sort of grins. I'm ready for the next one. Oh, maybe a little bit smaller, I think. Maybe a skirmish or a disagreement, perhaps. I'd very much prefer a bar fight. But, oh, that was a rush. Are you okay? Is everything okay with the rest of the men? And the mice scattered about? The hedgehogs, the weasels, are they alright?
As far as I've heard, it seems that we've all made it out relatively unscathed. No deaths, at least.
It's good to hear. Oh. How long till we have to go?
That is a good question. Do I see Cedric or anyone else in the vicinity that might know?
Make me a scout roll.
I have a max. I have one.
Sorry. You can also roll mouse nature, whichever works for you.
I will risk it.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a success. That's all you needed. Make sure you mark that down. Red, make sure you also marked fighter down as a success as well for your assessment earlier. What you can see is the battlefield after it's, sort of been slowly, conquered by the tortoises that now roam across the beach. Basically, this place is now covered in mouse fortresses that happen to walk. So it's pretty safe. You can actually see Cedric and also the clear and concise banners of the matriarch and her honor guard further up the beach. Basically, they've put down a table and they've made themselves a little forward operating base. At least they've started anyway, as the tortoises are slowly being accounted for by quartermasters by them. That's only a couple of feet, a minute or two's walk away. It's pretty close. But they're definitely clearly going quickly. They are accounting for as much as they can and then motoring. The beach is conquered for now, but it is still wild country, and it is any moment you never know what else might land.
Well, based on how quickly everyone seems to be moving about, I'd say it's not long before we're to leave. Probably wouldn't want to stay here too long, unless more seagulls or anything show up.
You're right, of course. You'll forgive me for not wanting to rest a little more, but I understand. I'll get to my feet, just give me a moment. It feels so nice to be off of my legs after they've been so sorely tested. And he just sort of you can practically hear him creak as he slowly stands up.
See, that's why you don't sit down. If I sit down, I don't think I'd get back up again.
Wisdom, for sure.
I know
he
can down. Knock it up again.
I am gonna keep me down.
You can rest when you're dead. And he kind of just stands up and stretches, and within short order, him and the rest of your troops are ready to go. The mouse with the broken leg is taken out of your fighting force and replaced with an auxiliary from another tortoise that seems okay. Eventually, you will need to approach by Gwendolyn, because you are now a mouse down, and they likely would replace you up there. This is unfortunately how battle goes in that era, and in the Mouse Guard. After a battle has fought, you have a accounting of the dead and the living and the injured. The dead and the living are basically put into casualty regiments, and the living are put into living regiments, so they can reorganize troops as they need. So decimated regiments are folded into undamaged or smaller regiments, etc., etc.
Yeah, in Total War, you click on it and you highlight them and then you merge them.
Yeah,
Sorry,
more or less.
So fucking...
It's helpful.
No, it's fair.
I'm
It's a
silly.
thing.
I'm silly.
All
man.
what you do is you have a line of men and then another line behind them, so if one of them falls, you replace them, just like the Persian immortals.
All you gotta do is click I, and it happens automatically. No, actually, for what it's
War
worth,
is
it's a
easy, you
great
just
thing.
hit some buttons, you fucking minute.
From
You
your
just gotta
third
keep a look
eye,
on you.
your angle perspective from up above when you can see everything.
All
You
eagle
just gotta
eye,
keep.
big old
You just gotta keep track of your various resources in the top left corner of the battlefield.
We must construct additional pylons.
You're running low on Vespin gas. So yeah, no. The from what you can see though, this is how it tends to be. So you are technically down, and from what you can see, the train of the injured and the policing of the dead is comparatively small. There are, however, a few mice in small small bundles wrapped, from what you could tell, in their cloaks. And in some cases, there is not but a cloak, as is the reality of the Mouse Guard. To be a mouse is to be prey, and you defy the natural order with everything you do. And at any point in time, the natural order can reassert itself, and prey you are again. Unfortunately, when fighting predators, sometimes there is no body. But, from what you can tell, less than 10, 15 people died. Not bad out of an expedition of hundreds, actually.
Yeah,
It's not after that battle.
Not as good as me, but yeah, dead good.
Yeah. So I imagine you're gonna head towards Gwendolyn with your regiment at some point then?
Yeah, we'll probably go ahead and get that out of the way.
Okay.
We'll tell her now.
It's fair. We're gonna take a brief moment. Dukan, how are you doing, buddy?
I have 2 questions. Number 1, were the other weasels involved with the fighting?
Absolutely. Your Weasel regiment, which I guess technically your Weasel irregulars would be the term, because you didn't have enough troops to form a regiment. They are
Monstrous
in fact,
unit.
pretty much, yeah, monstrous cav. They did in fact fight with you.
Okay.
All of them. The only one that did not was Modi, who fought on the beachhead with the tortoises, where they were getting into the place over there. And also, I'm going to say that Delilah, who, as I recall, has stayed behind to help with the mouse guard back in
Weasel
the
medic.
proper mouse territory.
Yeah, she's back in
Weasel
New
medic.
York City.
Pretty much, yeah.
She's 1,000 miles away from here, but tonight she looks so pretty.
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, so all the other 2 weasels, the other 2 stooges, in fact, fought with you, yes. You also had a number of Hedgems. I believe, as I recall, it was you and Jado who brought up the majority of the fighting, or like the core of that fighting force.
Yeah,
And from what you can tell, no one has been seriously injured.
that's good.
Yeah, like a couple of scrapes here and there. Jado's got himself like a new cut that's being stitched up by a mouse medic, but like it's superficial. So everyone seems to be accounted for. I think you didn't get hit, but maybe like once, and like it was a glancing blow. I don't even think you got hit. I think you literally just like. I think you beat the ever-loving shit out of crabs and heron until there was nothing left on the beach. So, yeah, no, that was exactly what the Mouse Guard hired you for the record, because
Hell yeah.
that's a lot of fighting power. That's a lot of fighting power in 3 individuals plus a gunpowder-toting hedgehog.
Hell
So-
yeah. We them boys.
You did, however, have an ancillary regiment attached to you, however, and that was of mice, which was
really?
expected. Yes. The thing with your regiment, your irregulars, is that your irregulars really can't hold territory very well.
Right.
Like, you can fight to claim
Shock
it, but you don't
troops.
have... Basically, yeah, you don't have the bodies to hold territory, and the mice behind you are the ones who would hold territory. They also understood they were committing themselves to a fight at the roughest, most dangerous part of the expedition. And as a result, your regiment of ancillary mice unfortunately probably suffered the majority of the casualties of the battle because of the extraordinary battle they were part of. Your
How many
regiment
did you say there were to
was...
start, and how many do you think there's remaining?
You had probably a regiment of about 20 backing you up. You, at this point, have... It's still over half. Your regiment hasn't been, decimated or anything. But it's still, you lost 8 mice, so you're down to 12. Your regiment will absolutely be dissolved into other regiments after this. It was a temporary formation. It
Have
will
a
be.
request.
Yes.
I would like to talk to these mice, including with the weasels and with my boy Jado.
By all means, you technically have the floor. You and Jado are, in the strictest sense, the commanding officers of this regiment. Sort of. They technically have their own leadership, but they follow your orders and your movements, so you set the pace. You are free to address them. Many of them are policing. Some are crying, as they're burying friends. Others are, elated with surviving the battle. They're gathered from all of the tortoises, so, they were the extras. They were the expendables, unfortunately.
I'm going to have them gathered around the graves of the mice that I am helping bury. Probably not something that most folks would expect to see from Dukan, being that he's more concerned with killing people and not really too concerned with what happens afterwards. But he is highly impressed with these mice, and he obviously knew what to expect from his weasel brethren, but he feels that they performed as well, very well as well. And he would be telling them as much, saying things like,
Because of sacrifices made today, many mice will live in this land. Lives of peace. Lives without fear. Dukan has offering for those that would hear it.
And he would like look at each of them individually to see if they'd be like receptive or if they're just like too focused on what's going on.
Let's see. Dukan, make me a... As I assess your player character sheet here and roll 20. Make me a... Oh, wow. Persuader roll. You're actually not bad at that. I was not expecting that, buddy.
Okay, let's go. Oh, fuck me. Okay, another one. And then I'm gonna make both of those explode. Damn it.
There
do
you
I have
go.
Do I have to keep that another one?
You do.
Damn it.
You can add persona to it.
You have to dug yourself back into the hole you fucking setting in.
Fuck!
You have 2 more if you'd like. Ooh.
There's everything. I blew my load.
There you go. Okay, you got enough. You hit even. That's all that mattered.
I'm out of persona. Let's go for the first time.
Yeah, way to go, buddy.
Oh,
Dylan, there you go.
Thank you.
Dylan, thank you. Well earned. So the mice of this ancillary formation, like, they're busy like policing the dead, burying the dead, but burying is a term that's loose. The way that it often goes is the mouse's cloak will be accounted for. They'll tear a chunk of it off, and then they'll usually gather their weapon if they have a particularly finely crafted weapon, or the mouse who knows that they have like an apprentice, a tender paw to inherit it, and then they'll take the body and put it on twigs and burn them, so the ashes go up beyond. Well, they believe the ashes flow north beyond the trees and to a place of plenty, where the mouse guard all revel, not unlike Valhalla. This is a fate tradition actually somewhat shared by weasels. It's one of the few binding elements you have, but for weasels it's different. Weasels burn the dead mice that they slaughter because they are terrified of the supernatural. The last thing they want. Yeah, they can kill mice all day, but mice are tenacious. They don't want to deal with dead ones. So a couple of the mice, and eventually more and more of them hear what you say, and they slowly like stand up, their faces illuminated by pyre light as they look in your direction. Some of them, carrying like scraps of like rags of cloaks and swords and maces that they've gathered from the dead.
Is there a like phrase or like rights that weasels give to other weasels when they die that I could give in a way that's honoring them as like having the hearts of creatures significantly bigger than them, and not saying like, yeah, they were not mice, and like, weasel washing it?
Weasel washing it? That's a great question. Let's see. Let's go over here and grab these. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Best guide to weasel culture I have is Winter 1152. That's a great question to ask, truly. I think... Let's see. Okay, so... I'd say that the closest thing you could say is... mice... I think like the best thing you could say is in the lens of like... Mice like you could walk Dark Heather. Which is like... That is about as high praise as you can give, like, to any creature. Because the Dark Heather is... It is literally a den of predators. It is weasels as far as the eye can see. And unlike you, most weasels would, in fact, not just as soon as look at a mouse as eat it. They would, in fact, prefer to eat the mouse as opposed to look at it. So... That is literally a death sentence. There's only been, as I recall, 4 mice ever that have survived journeying into the Dark Heather. And technically one of them didn't survive long enough to get back to Lockhaven afterward. So...
Okay. So
for the record, that mouse was the Black Axe who died.
Oh.
So that's how extreme the threat is. So saying that, that's about as good as you're gonna get.
Then yeah, in that case, I would tell them,
Many of your kind fought. Few perished, those of which were amongst your number. To your kind, you would be expendable. In the eyes of Dukan, you could walk proudly the halls of Dark Heather. Dukan would extend an offer to each of you today. Join me. Learn to fight as we do. Rise above the ranks of your kith and kin. Embrace what you are truly capable of.
Damn. Holy shit.
Mouse in response. No.
meh.
Can I go home?
Fuck you.
Let's see.
Yankee Weasel, man.
Okay. Let's just let me gauge it. The mice, all of the ones that are gathered, they all kind of like bow and nod, and they all appreciate the gesture. Most of them turn back to the pyres to do their task. Mouse guard still, but others look at you in the bow, and like that like bow at the waist goes to like a kneeling bow of like clearly like a willingness to learn. One of the mice in particular, who you can see its fur is like tear tracked, holding what appears to be the bent like the bent hammer of probably his mentor, because he is young. He is clearly like a tender paw. And he's holding a scrap of cloth wrapped around it. And he slowly bends the knee and says, "My lord, my mentor, my master just fell. I would be honored if I could take up tutelage under you until I could find another mouse guard to lead me."
I walk like straight up to him and then like pause for a moment before like kneeling down to where I'm obviously not eye level with him, but I get as close as my massive
Right.
weasel body will permit me. And I like reach behind me and withdraw one of the eel-tooth daggers that I've made, and I hand that to him, which I imagine in his hand would probably be like the size of at least a short or a long sword, probably.
Oh yeah, that's a long sword. That is absolutely a long sword in his hands.
I hand that to him and I say,
You may call yourself as you like. To learn under Dukan is to learn from none other.
Slowly looks at you and looks to the blade. "I can promise till the end of the expedition, my lord. No longer. But if I can learn to fight half as well as you and protect others, cloak or no cloak, that sounds like a mouse guard to me." And slowly rises up and takes the eel-tooth dagger from you, which again, like to him, is a long sword.
yeah. I
So-
smile at him and I say,
Maybe snakeskin. We will make a weasel of you yet.
like gently pat him on the back and I guess end the scene there.
Sounds perfect. Does anyone need a condition cleared? Thankfully, no. Everyone's okay so far, but thank you, Alec. It's good to hear you, buddy. Love you, buddy. Hope you're hunkered down too, pal.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're in Florida, Alec. I hope you're okay, man.
Yeah, we know a couple of creators in the area that are all in the storm path. Everyone hold out hope for Sea Leopard. I think that JJ is safe and accounted for, last I heard.
That's good.
So, okay. I'm gonna write this down for you. Or better, you can write this down for me in your... Do you have a notes section on here?
Is there no section here?
There's not, but that feels like an oversight. Oh, fine. I'm gonna write it
You
down
can't tell
myself.
me what to do. I don't like anything down. I can't even leave.
All right, so I'm just gonna put Duke's apprentice, and we're gonna give your apprentice a name right now.
Alec, be careful. Remember, it's
Yep.
pizza French fry. When you want to go faster, you go French fry. When you want to slow down, you go pizza.
Alec, make sure you're on a bike so you can recreate that cool scene from Wizard of Oz.
Or E.T. The E.T. one too is pretty cool.
True.
So let's see. Looking at
My man's fucking surfing right now.
Not for real,
Just
though. Be
like the
careful,
Beast
dude.
Boys intended.
his name is Cole. Sick.
Okay, cool. That's a good name.
So
I think his name should
Cole-
be Squeal. But
Thought it was Sweeb.
Sweeb. No, it could be
Coal
anything.
like
It could be Sweep.
C-O-A-L? Like the ground coal? Or like the name Cole Sprouse?
K-O-L-E.
Okay, like Cole Sprouse.
Yes. And his town of origin
I
is...
saw your name on Scrunty.
Is what?
His town of origin is Blackrock, so he is Cole of Blackrock. All one word.
That's
That's very
very
fitting.
thematic. Funny how that works.
Can I just say how much I love the fact that Mouse Guard lets you do this? Like, that's literally just 2 tables.
That's
like,
cute.
it's so fun. It's so fun to do. You have a new apprentice, Dukan,
Yes.
who immediately follows you. He, however, is still holding his master's hammer, bent as it is, but it is still like sheathed on his back.
Oh, I'm gonna get him to be a 2-weapon fighter. He's gonna be a badass motherfucker.
Oh, that's awesome.
We're gonna fix his hammer, and he's gonna carry that in his master's name, and then he's gonna have the new sword in my name, and he's gonna be the name taker.
Oh, that's awesome. So,
Man, I need to get Tom whipped up into shape then.
I mean, you just got Tom through like D-Day. I think you're doing great. Honestly, that's some good tutelage. Eventually, you two end up on the head of the beach, where you can see Gwendolyn is sort of like parsing out extra troops, and eventually you two bump into each other. Like, I'd imagine close to the actual like table, where you can hear a little further up Saxon, the commander of the Mouse Guard's troops on foot, and the equerry of Gwendolyn and his husband and her husband, is sort of like doing that sort of like quartermaster, like, all right, let's see how many you got. Okay, not too bad. Move on. You're seriously injured. Step out of line. Son, you step forward. Introduce yourselves. Get to it. And like literally just sort of parsing through, making sure everyone's okay. Just a couple feet away from you. But there's like a little bit of a wait, so you two have a chance to talk. Also, if you want to choose goals today, any one of you can at any point. I include you two, Red.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to kill Dukan.
Good luck.
Hey, you used all your
randomly.
fate points, laddie. I still got all of mine.
That only
Episode-
helps for explosions. Chat
If you
gave
had
me
a
back
chance to
one
change your
persona.
fate, but yeah.
Oh god,
If you had,
Oh, why did I do a mixture of both voices? That was weird.
that's actually kind of cool. I'm gonna make a weasel with that accent.
Oh, we with the Scottish accent.
change your fate, would you?
Oh, that's cool.
I'm going to put as my goal. Fix Cole's hammer.
Fix Cole's hammer. Okay, that's a good one. I like that. So if that's the case, then you are going to put that in there. I think you don't need to change that at all. It's pretty accurate. Any thoughts for either of you, Red or Santa?
I'm still thinking.
Okay, no worries.
I sort of know what I want to do.
Okay.
I want to size up this settlement and see if I could just like, if push comes to shove, if I could genuinely take on these people. Especially considering the ramifications behind Gwendolyn being here and also Mr. Midnight. Like, it's kind of, I'm not even doing it to be like, ha! I'm gonna get an upper hand on the party. I'm just like, I'm trying to make sure the party don't get in the middle of this.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was
Right.
what the fucking because of what Alec put in chat.
No, you're good. I love that. If you had a chance to change your fate, would you? That's very fair.
Fate, lol.
Okay, that's very fair. So I think reconnoiter Midnight's Kingdom would probably be like the wording I would have you use.
Yeah, prefer like espionage type shit, just like making sure things are on the up and up.
I think that's very fair. You could definitely do that. So, and Sienna, any thoughts still, or if you want to wait, we can wait a little longer.
Need to wait a little bit. I'm not sure.
No worries. As soon as you see the viable thing, you can choose it. I'm pretty forgiving about this kind of thing. So
Good
eventually,
to see you survived.
Yes. I'll fucking kill you.
You surprised by this?
Yes, admittedly. When I saw you falling back, I thought it was because you were being overwhelmed, and when I saw the birds come, well, to be quite honest, I thought it was all over then. But you held true. Good job.
I may be small, but I'm capable.
Yes, that is something I am certainly coming to learn more and more of about your kind.
And I look down to the little apprentice mouse that I have.
and yeah, right next to you, Sienna, you can see this small tender paw whose like face is a little bloodied and like stern and set, and on his back you can see a mouse guard hammer wrapped in like a tattered cloak, and in his hand a clearly weasel make dagger, which is weird as hell. You've never seen anything like this before.
You need help. Blink twice when you need help,
Are
Captain.
you being abducted?
I can press Amber Alert anytime I phone.
Weasel, you run.
He slowly looks over to you and he just sort of smiles. I think as long as I'm with him, I think it's everyone else that needs to be more afraid now.
Ooh, I like him.
I've heard of this. Stockholm Syndrome.
You can see he is very much like, he's choosing to be there for sure. Like, he is young, he's a tender mouse, but that only says likely a little bit about his rank and his age. His age, he's probably still like, not quite relative youth, but like on the older age of what we would consider being a mouse teenager. He's like sitting at probably like 16, 17, which for a lot of mice, that is peak fighting age. And yeah, no, he seems quite content to be there. At least from what you can see.
If you need any help, you know where to find me.
He smiles and nods. Thank you, milady. I appreciate it. And next to you, Thumb kind of like steps a little closer, like, kind of weird what's going on the expedition as of late, eh? Just sort of like, you know.
Don't be rude, Tom Mouse.
I'm not trying to be rude, just, you know, usually it's the mice taking apprentices. I've never heard of a weasel's apprentice before.
I am adopting your culture. Pray I do not adopt it further.
He's appropriating our culture. Stop him.
You'll come to
weasel appropriation.
next thing you know, he'll be celebrating almost all of our cultural traditions, and all he'll be doing is drinking and watching football the whole time. Thank you for the posture.
Thank you, Maris.
Much obliged.
You probably think mouse culture is all eating cheese and scurrying into little hideaways.
And chewing through iron pipes.
Take care, Neris. Have a good night. Thank you
Thanks,
for tuning in.
Neris. Much love, dude.
So, after a couple minutes of being in line, eventually, Saxon gets to you two, sort of like, looks over at your troop, Sienna, literally goes through and does like the whole like grab head, like turn for a couple of them, takes like an injured limb, outstretches, goes, any pain? How about now? How about now? Don't lie to me. Good, go on. And like, you know, eventually gets over, and he goes through your troops, and besides the one injured one with the leg, everything seems good. When he gets to the one with the injured leg, he goes, your fighting days are over. Lean on me, let's go. And the mouse is like, no, I think I can do this. No, you can't. Arm up. Let's go. Trust me, your battle's just beginning. we're getting someone else to replace you. You'll still be going with the expedition, but you're on the last tortoise. Well, second to last. He slowly turns towards you, Sienna. Nicely done. As for you, as like another orderly mouse comes up in like white cloak and like a white tabard on, clearly like a hospitaller mouse, like takes the wounded mouse aside, and slowly he turns to look over at the your troops and then at you, Dukan, and your new apprentice. Your regiment was expected to have high casualties, but you did pretty well, all things considered, for a battering ram. Not bad. Well done. Keep fighting like that, we'll be in good order. If you'd be so kind, though, in the future. Do your best to keep my men a little safer, would you, Dukan?
Perhaps it would be better if you sent folks that were more equipped to keeping up with us. Perhaps we should train a special regiment, Lord Saxon.
Your words are quite honeyed, and your logic undeniable. And I will admit, the thought of a bunch of mice trained by weasels and hedgehogs to fight does titillate me a little. And he sort of like, his eyes look down at the at your new apprentice. I will admit, there's something a little worrying about the premise as well. I'll bandy it about with the matriarch and we'll see what we can get for it. You, young one, are you alright? And you can see like the mouse just sort of like nod. Yes, Lord Saxon, I am temporarily reassigning myself to Dukan as my patrol leader for the time being. To which, like, Saxon's eyes, like, widen, and he just sort of, like, crosses the distance and stands in front of him. Lad, you don't get to decide who your next master will be.
Call it a proof of concept. Perhaps if all goes well, we can see where it leads with more. It is not irregular to have mixed unit types as far as I'm concerned, especially when dealing with limited resources. And after all, sending inexperienced troops into the lair of the thickest fighting rarely ends well for them.
Just so we're clear, Weasel, everything about the relationship between the predators and the mice in this expedition is strange and weird and unprecedented. But again, it's not a bad idea. For now. Lad, do you really want this? And Cole, like, just slowly lowers his head and reaches behind him and presents the bent hammer. And it's a solid metal hammer. Like, this thing is basically like, it forged as one big ass block.
Oh, yeah.
And it's been bent at like a 90-degree angle in there. He holds it out. My master, Quincy, he passed during the battle. He asked me to find who would train me best if he were to fall. Lord Saxon, if you have to take back his weapon, I ask merely you treat it with respect and reforge it. But I will not dishonor his last request. And Saxon just sort of looks at him and looks at the hammer. Blimey, I'm getting so soft in my old age. Fine.
Yeah.
If Quincy wished it, so be it. A hammer, that's on you, child. You're his tender paw. You inherit it to do what you will. He looks at the eel tooth. I, however, insist you get it reforged at some point, regardless of what tool you use, out of respect for your prior master. Not that I don't expect you to have done it anyhow.
He will
Well
use
then.
both.
If you can teach him to do that, perfect.
I just
Alright.
give him a big toothy grin.
And he's like grimaces at that. All right, lad. Go with him. But you're not sleeping in his quarters. As far as I'm concerned, you sleep with the mice on top of his tortoise. You hear me? With the ones watching him. It's one thing to trust you to train them. It's another thing to put a morsel inside of the same chambers as Fracken or Red and not expect her to eat him. Is that clear?
Probably a good idea.
You hear me, lad? If I found out you're bunking in the same tortoise as Mori the Red, this is off, and you find yourself someone else. You could find yourself a hedgehog for all I care, but I'm not losing another person, not one, to a weasel. You hear me? And Cole just nods. Aye, lord. Good. Get on with it. And he sort of like just claps him on the back and pushes him forward, and like nods at you with like this, you watch after this kid kind of look. And about this time is when you hear a little bit of a commotion happening further up the beach. And you can see, just as Gwendolyn is about to address you guys, over the beachhead, you can hear like shouting and concern as the biggest weasel you've ever seen slowly clambers up the dunes in this giant mask and tattered clothing and surveys the beach. And next to him, a mouse pops up. We have a message for Gwendolyn. You couldn't have walked. And like Arabelle just sort of like kneeling over. And this, I think, is as good a place to ask, do you guys need a break? Because it's been an hour.
This should be a great time for a break.
Okay.
All right, don't go anywhere, anybody. We're going to take a quick 5 to 10, and we will be right back with more The Frontier. y'all so much for waiting patiently. I surely do appreciate you. I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Omni, what's happening?
Hey, so, I would recommend a slightly rougher tone or like more gritty tone music if we can find it. But like, we're doing good. I'm super proud of how you guys are doing. If I had been told that today I was going to be dealing with the first ever weasel mouse tender paw, I would not have expected that. So, yeah. So let's see if I can find like a good tone for this.
Oh,
and
okay,
why?
That works.
No, you're good. Why the hell is? Oh, that's why. I have for some reason I have Yu-Gi-Oh's Endless Duel, like Passionate Duelist ODST, like running in the background. I don't know why. Muted, of course. So, there we go. Thank you. Perfect. Eventually, you guys see this like hulking weasel like towering over the sand dunes, and this is like about from you guys. I want to say about 10 feet. I mean, like real 10 feet. So like weasel lengths, give or take, from where you guys are. And next to it, you can see Arabelle, Giles' apprentice, like standing next to him, like hand held out. It's all right. It's all right. We just want to talk. Sorry, I just ran like 2 miles. I don't think he breathes, but he needs to talk. We need to talk. Lady Gwendolyn, permission to speak. And Gwendolyn like slowly rises from the table and puts her poleaxe into the ground. The matriarch of the Mouse Guard stands stately as ever. Go ahead, child. Speak your piece. And she looks up at the weasel and then looks over at Dukan with like a, is this one of yours? Kind of gaze.
Very subtly, I just like look at her and then like look to this guy and kind of like straighten up, stiffen up a little bit, show that I'm uneasy enough for her to know like, no, I don't know this dude.
She picks that up immediately. She nods at you and then turns towards the newcomer. All right, then it's time to speak. Go ahead. And Arabelle slowly steps forward. I bring you tidings on behalf of the ruler. And you realize she was going to say would be, and then like the weasel like slowly turns. Like, and she arrests that word in her throat. The ruler of these lands bids you welcome and wishes you to come and visit his halls. Halls, right? And the big weasel slowly turns and nods once. And you see like a creaking sound from beneath the mask. Yes. He has met us with soldiers, but not arrayed for war, insofar as I can tell. They are there in arms and in force, and we are to be their guest. And you can see Gwendolyn just sort of slowly crosses her arms. And my men are supposed to leave their weapons behind? No, he said we could go armed. And like Gwendolyn gives her like a "what you talking about, Willis" kind of look.
Mm-hmm.
She sort of like looks out of the corner of her eye, looks up at the weasel. Is that true, Great Weasel? And the weasel slowly looks down, nods. Very well. Then we all go together. Men! And she turns and immediately like all the mice nearby straighten up, including Saxon, who just like naturally always seems to be at like attention, sort of like turns and like plants his blade scabbarded into the ground. Gather everyone up and gather the tortoises. Array them for fast walk. You have 5 minutes to make it happen. Get to it. And immediately like they scatter. Saxon begins bellowing orders, and you can see like some of the hegems go jogging off, start like lashing things up. one of the nearby quartermasters. Milady, what about the excess on the... There's still meat and bone and chitin left to harvest. There is, isn't there? Leave it behind. A tribute to the beach. We move. We have people to attend to, and apparently an invitation to keep. With a would-be king beyond the wild. Tell me, did this king give us a name? And Arabelle is gonna roll and hope she does okay. Because this is not her forte, if I'm being real with you. She's pretty good at this, but... Whoop. Okay. It's not the best, but not the worst. Success.
Rimble.
I am, as far as I'm aware, only aware of his title as king, and I have been told to communicate as much on behalf of my liege lord, and I hope you appreciate that I am, as thus, under orders of a lord of a town, my town. I do not wish to be put between two differing loyalties, milady. And Gwendolyn slowly nods. Fine, I'll accept that at face value. She slowly turns up to address the large weasel. And what do we call you? And, like, you can see she was looking for a word and she's never said one. Slowly cranes his head down. I am shuddered. That will do for now. You speak mouse, then? I do. When it suits me, and when my task calls for it. Very well. And bring us to your lord. She sort of gestures, lacking a name. The Lord is Midnight. And immediately you can see, like, she, eyes open, takes one step back and plants her polearm in the ground. And your lord is one of your kind, Mouse. I can just, like, this long, deep sigh from under the mask. Gwendolyn looks up at him. And he did say we could come armed. My lord asks all mice be armed in his kingdom. We are on the wilds. And here mice must bear teeth to survive. Lest beasts take them. You may follow me when you're ready. Your equerry has been delivered. He slowly turns and begins to walk into the forest. At this point, like, just dragging the chain ball behind him, leaving this mouse-sized rut in the sand as he does. And Arabelle just, like, turns to the weasel and turns towards Gwendolyn, just says, "I'm sorry, my lord. I apologize." She just holds a hand out. No. Some demons come back. We deal with it. This doesn't seem like a declaration of war, at very least. Gather your troops. Arabelle, follow him. We'll gather our men. You too. And she turns and immediately, like, Dukan, Sienna. You follow. Reunite your team. Something tells me Giles might need you.
I start looking around for Giotto.
Giotto's nearby. Like, he's close enough to listen. And can see that, like, he's not really sure exactly what's going on. The name Midnight means nothing to him. Honestly,
that's
like-
nothing to me, right?
That's a great question. Make me a. Yeah, you don't have any skill sets that would imply you would know this.
No, I don't know shit about mouse culture, really.
Yeah, you only recently started taking to it.
Yep.
You would have heard of. You might have like, at one point, have come across like the Legend of Midnight, but like it's clearly you didn't. Like looking at your stats, you just have no reason. You have no mouse lore. So yeah, you have no idea. But like clearly, you're not dumb. Like make me a circles roll. We'll go with that.
Soul just made a complication arise, by the way.
Oh.
Nah, I don't know this guy.
Thank you, Souls.
Mhm.
I love you. No, it's okay. Relax. Look at the message I'm seeing. Oh, Mouse Lord Man, upon you about communicating your
Oh.
plans, I want to give the players a break. Thank you. No, you're quite good.
Oh,
I
that's
appreciate
nice.
it, Souls. Impune! Yes. No, you're good. I totally feel you. Thank you. For what it's worth, I tend to view complications as lateral things. I don't tend to make things super hard unless it's obviously a fight already. And even then, they can only increase twice. So, no worries. But I will definitely keep an eye on this.
Thanks,
Thank you,
buddy.
Souls. So, you see Gwendolyn looking at the two of you, Jado nearby, your apprentice, both your apprentices next to you, Thumb and Cole as well. Sort of just like giving you this look of like, whenever you're ready, I guess.
Is John coming
Honestly-
with us? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't see what the big deal is. Apparently, he's a knight, but he's mid at it, so I don't think
She's kind of mad. Not gonna lie.
Your character, you're age 30. Your
Yeah.
apprenticeship would have started years after he left. Make me a circles roll. We'll see whether your character heard about it, because this was still a big event. Everyone's heard the legend of the Black Axe army attacking, not even the legend, like the historical account of Black Axe army attacking Lockhaven. Whether or not you would put two and two together, that's a great question.
I can get to my dice.
Okay.
I paid attention. I listened.
You did. It wasn't but a couple of years after Midnight's coup that you were trained, and your mentor, Longfang, actually. Sorry, not Longfang. That's a different one. Your mentor, a weasel. No, that's not accurate. Hold on, Cyanna
I
is small.
lost my mentor's name because my stuff got deleted and I couldn't remember.
Ah. I'm making you a new name for your character then. See, it won't be Quincy. I'm gonna go with Dane. His name is Dane. D-A-I-N. Your mentor, Dane, trained you very much in the aftermath of that war. You were probably in fact conscripted as a result of the treason of Midnight. And during your training, Dane would always go out of his way to mention that he disdains only two things. He disdains cowards, and he disdains the treasonous. And he would never be a Midnight in his service. And over again, he would ramble on. You'd know, like, because he lost a leg in that battle. And he was bitter, and he never forgave. He never forgot, and it went with him to his grave. So you are familiar with the name of Midnight, and the title like King Beyond the Wild, it leaves very little to doubt who this character is. Though it's kind of mystifying that he's somehow alive.
Is Jado coming with us, or is he staying here?
Roll a die on that. Wait. No, Jado has to stay. He has to help the Hedgehog expedition, unfortunately.
I
So.
take my new apprentice over to Jado, and I like kind of smiling look at the young one and then look at him and I say,
Look who decided they wanted to be a weasel.
Jado just like looks down at the mouse and sort of like squats down on his haunches so he can get closer to eye level. Well, he survived the fight. I imagine he'd be a good apprentice if he's got the tooth for it. And the young mouse grins and pulls out the eel tooth dagger. I have a tooth.
Oh, hell yeah.
Think you're man enough to stand in front of it? And
Ooh.
you can see like immediately Jado's eyes like open up and he just, well, you got a live one there. And slowly cranes up. It'll do. I'll keep an eye on the pup while you're out. Pup? I'm 17 summers. Aye, 17 summers worth of prey. He just like reaches a hand and like scoops him behind him. I'll make sure the lad's properly trained while you're gone. I'll make sure Modi doesn't snack on him.
His hammer is broken. Perhaps you can unbreak it. I will provide many bits of good crab.
Not really a smith, but I'll see if I can't call in a favor.
I slap him on the shoulder.
Right.
You are
Don't
a
die.
good friend, Jado.
I could say the same, Weasel. He extends a hand.
Yeah, we bro hug it out, and before I leave, I tell the little one,
You have survived a great deal. Walking into a nest of vipers.
kind of like getting the vibe off of everybody else.
Perhaps maybe out of your depth for now. I will return. Keep your sword arm strong.
I give him a little like bump with like the top of my head on the top of his head.
He nods, closes his eyes as you do that. I promise. I'll practice while you're gone. And I'll keep the expedition safe. And he sheathes the sword. And next to him you can see another mouse like, you were fighting beside us 5 minutes ago. You're not that much better. Getting like a little irritated. Just, shut up! I have a new master now. Won't hear it. And like they're just sort of like bickering off to the side. As you walk away. But like, yeah. He's got fire. He'll be safe.
He'll need it.
Thom looks up at you, Sayana, and says, as much as I'd like to go, I really should stay behind. Cedric's getting Garo ready to roll out, and I think he's gonna need all hands on deck getting through the forest. I apologize.
Oh, I think it's best that you stay with the larger group for now.
Aye, thank you. And he sheathes his short sword. Thank you, by the way, for saving us. You're a good commander. And he extends a hand.
It's a group effort, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Right. Back to it, then. And he turns and jogs off down the way towards where you can see in the distance Garo. And behind you can see Cedric waving from the back of the tortoise. Clearly, like, he's getting the gist from where he is. He doesn't need to hear it to see, like, you're clearly being sent off. We're going to fast forward from here. Back to you, Giles. Giles. You walk with Midnight and his troops and your regiment a good mile deeper into the forest and through it. There's a large, like, path. It seems to have been tread by big animals. Like, you can't really be sure exactly unless you want to make a hunter roll what might be coming through here. But it's big, whatever it is.
I do not have Hunter, so...
It's fair. You can make militarist roll if you'd like. And wild country wise. You can add those together if you'd like.
Ah, yes.
Welcome back, Odie.
Welcome back, Odie.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's more than enough.
I'll level up my militarist.
100%. Nice. Dude, militarist 7. You're actually probably one of the best militarists in the Mouse territories now. Like, if it weren't for the rarefied group you're traveling with, you probably would be one of the best in your region. 7 is nuts. There's only like 2 things that are that big. Bull moose or brown bear. And we're talking adult. You sort of struggle with what might have made these tracks at first until you realize it's because you're not looking wide enough. Like, it just seems like it's kind of rocky, uneven terrain, till you realize it's not. It's muddy, dried terrain with animal footprints so big that from your perspective, it is terrain. And from the shape of the paws and the fact that it is not a hoof print, it is a paw print, it is 100% brown bear, likely grizzly.
Fuck.
And it's traveled through here enough, and it likely has a family, or many other brown bears in the area, that it has worn a path wide enough for the expedition to walk down comfortably. A corridor deeper into the forest. But you don't go down that path. You and Midnight's forces wheel off the path, eventually, about like half a mile in, and weave in sort of like a catty corner between pine trees, which they're all planted in a weird way, like in an orderly fashion. There's a regularity to them, like a checkerboard, the deeper you go. And you literally follow this path that winds around each tree, one around the right, one around the left, clockwise, counterclockwise, diagonally, until you start hitting really rocky terrain. This rocky terrain is sharp and jagged shale, split by some old avalanche or landslide some time long ago. It's in a softer incline, not like a full-on sheer cliff, but steep enough where, like, the mice have to carefully come down. You don't want a mouse to fall and bounce off rocks and break their neck. And in this shattered shale area, you can see peeking out of the stone is occasional wooden watchtowers with lamps on them, glowing flames and glass, like some sort of glass focusing lens that's on like some kind of wheel. And mice armed and armored in black splint mail, the like of which you recognize on the troops ahead of you. 2 each on these watchtowers as you go deeper, and as you come closer, you hear like the watchtower will holler something and throw something into the torch in the middle of their watchtower, and it'll briefly flare up and go from orange to like bright blue or red. And then another torch nearby you'll see will similarly burst into color, and it'll sort of pass that message down. Till eventually, a massive stone edifice. Very reminiscent of Lockhaven, but this one is harsher. The angles are rough. The stone, not a large, smooth river rock bored into with time and patience. This was a jagged piece of shale chipped and weathered away through great effort and labor. Not the work of artisans, but the work of brute force labor. And around the front of it, wrought iron, like a cage, creating this open corridor surrounded by wrought iron spines. And you realize it's a fallback. And as you approach, you can see closer behind it, among this shale field, dozens, hundreds of smaller structures in a similar design, sort of like stretching down into this valley behind it. You, with the size of this settlement, given your role, which I am accounting for this, by the way, there has to be at least 4,000, 5,000 mice here, at least, in this settlement alone. And that's from the structures you see. Mouse structures go deep sometimes. Any one of these things could be an entrance into a town in the mouse territories.
Okay. So I'm gonna make I want to see if I can take 4,000 mice in a fight.
We'll roll for that, Oni. Thanks for that, Oni.
Thank you, buddy. Is there a pray to God roll in Mouse Guard?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Saint Bogdan to give me a strike.
Saint Bogdan possess this withered body.
I will say
Flush
that,
for that.
I will say you know for a fact there is not a chance in hell that you personally could obviously win that fight. But I assume the question you're really asking is, would the expedition be able to win this fight?
No, I want to fight him one-on-one.
Oh, then you'd fucking lose.
No. I'll roll an expedition thing. This is sort of...
Okay, if that's the case, then make me war-wise and make me... Yeah, we'll say militarist for this as well. Seems appropriate.
Excellent. I better succeed on this or I'll screech very loudly.
You already succeeded multiple times, so I can't say anything.
This is
I'm just
10
thinking
dice.
of the scene from, what's that movie called? I think Kung Fu Hustle, where the one guy's in the village and he's like, I'll fight anyone here. And he points to what he thinks is a small guy, and then the guy stands up and he's super tall and he's like, no, not you. That kid over there. And the kid comes out of the crowd and he's just super jacked.
I love that. I also love that his first response to that in the movie was, "What? Are you kidding? That's not fair. You sit down too." All hiding. I love that movie.
That would be Giles, just like, I'll take on all the mice here, starting with you. Oh no, wait, no, not you. You protect him.
One.
5 of 5. I have 1 success. That's all I need.
Yeah, no, it is.
War-wise leveled up, baby.
Nice.
So,
Become wiser all the time.
assessing what you see, as you get deeper in, you start noticing something else too. The structure of this place is strange. There's larger structures underneath the smaller ones, but they seem like they're more roughly hewn. And occasionally from beneath you can see masks peering out. Similar to the ones worn by Adagast. If there was any doubt as to whether or not, like, this would be a tough fight, that answers it right there. Midnight has managed to somehow acquire a cohort of weasels.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Again, given the size of the buildings and the repeated types of structures you're looking at, probably a couple hundred. It's a big force. The Mouse Expedition has a lot of irregular troops. You have the Invicta, an actual warship. You have all the tortoises, which themselves can fight and be clad for war. You have dozens of weird, not normal formations. You have hedgehog gunners. You have even, like, you have the Withreshers, for God's sake. You have mounted on birds, like, knight in shining armor mice. You genuinely don't know who would win in a fight. If the expedition were to win, it would be a prolonged campaign. This would be a guerrilla warfare battle, because if this were a straight-up arrayed armies fight, you would lose through sheer attrition. And everywhere you go, you see repeated the motif, the mouse, the black cloak, the golden fist. And as you come closer in, you can see younger mice peeking out of, like, windows and doors. You can see older mice as well. And they see the mice returning, and some of them cheer. They seem genuinely in good spirits for the most part. They're welcoming back a hero, from as far as you can get the gauge of. Midnight doesn't really do more than, like, just hold his brass hand up and sort of just, like, wave as best he can. It's really more just like a ratchet back and forth as he sort of, like, torques the spring with what has to be what's left of his arm. Eventually, you come to the large, towering gates of what has to be his citadel, the equivalent of Lockhaven. Well, Master Giles, this is my home. Welcome. If you'd like, we will happily take your cloak, or at very least, allow you to wash up. There's a large banquet hall straight within, and beyond, a privy and a washroom. You're welcome to use it. Don't go in the level above, don't go in the level below. Out of courtesy, I merely ask. And, do your best to not agitate the locals. He sort of like gestures to a couple of the weasels, like peering their heads out from underneath a couple of the buildings and sort of like furtively tucking themselves back in. They don't look at all like the weasels you're used to. You're used to weasels clad in fine armor and stolen gear, wearing like the capes sewn out of cloaks of many dozens of slain mice guard, or
That's so
weapons
fucking
made. Yeah, like basically you're used to seeing like they look like Dark Souls characters usually. They look like peasants. It's very weird. But they're all clearly still fucking weasels.
Okay. Giles is gonna squint at them and give them the stink eye, just like, you better not fuck with me.
Whichever one you lock eyes with first immediately averts its gaze and just looks away. And just sort of like curls in on itself. And a couple of the other ones like nearby and like look, and then immediately just sort of like seem to look away. You can't really see their eyes or their face. Like they're all wearing these carved wood masks over their faces of like various woodland animals. Some foxes, hawks, owls, bears here and there. But all of them are wearing masks of predators, from what you can tell. All carved primitively out of wood. In the behind the gate, a large weasel wearing a mask of what appears to be some kind of shrike. It's very long and pointed, and has like two sort of like points at the top for feathers. Sort of bows, and you can see like it's wearing something a little bit less raggedy, but still like it's a tabard over rags, in the same color as Midnight's black cloak. My lord, welcome home. May I take your weapon? Midnight looks up. No, thank you for asking. Your guests, show them the washrooms. You can then retire. Yes, my lords. And Midnight strides into the chamber, as the other mice file in behind him. I trust you'll be in capable hands. If not, let me know. Duran occasionally needs training. Slowly walks out of the hallway, leaving you behind with this one weasel. Eventually, you hear a huffing noise from the back of your regiment as it appears though as if Arabelle has caught up.
Yeah, quick.
I'm tired. And a little freaked out. One moment. Give me 1 second. Just a minute.
Wonder what's up with all those masks.
Yeah, why would regular people wear masks?
Hmm.
Anyway, I had this joke the other day. So, a duck gets back from the physician, and his wife asks him, "How you doing, love? What did they tell you?" And he says, "I got a bill of good health."
That's funny.
I walked in at the end of that, which is the funniest part. I literally just cut the bill of good health part.
Talking about a duck going to the doctor.
That's very fair. Thank you guys, by the way, for your patience. I appreciate it. The hurricane's kind of thrown everything up in the air, so we're on the alert for anything that we can hear from Mom and the rest of the family. We're all good.
I thought the joke was going to be that the doctor was a quack.
Hmm.
That's a great other alternative.
Yeah, so I got a bill of good health, but he's a bit of a quack.
There you go.
There you go.
So, Arabelle kind of just looks at you and just like, this kind of freaks me out a little bit if I'm gonna be honest with you. And a little farther back, Jukan, you, and Sienna are both arriving at about this time. And you see all the same stuff.
I think I'd like to make it Sienna's goal to find out more about the weasels and why they seem so different and almost timid, which is not at all what she would expect from a weasel.
That's fair. Alright, add that in. Learn more about the weasels. I will say something that you both would notice is that as Adagast returns, you see, like, the nearby mice don't really give any regard. Like, there's clearly was, like, some kind of revelry just a moment ago, or like a couple minutes ago, and they kind of just all, like, slowly, like, return to their homes and close doors. Like, the spectacle's over, even though the biggest weasel you've ever seen is traipsing down this corridor.
Bigger than Modi?
And...
He's bigger
Bigger
than
than-
Modi.
Make me a hunter roll.
Hunter.
I could take him in a fight.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
That's good. There's plenty. As big as, at least. Hard to tell the specifics without her standing next to him. He is hunched over a lot. It's hard to tell how much of his height is lost to old injury, but he is big.
With that hunter roll, do I think I could take him?
He's a tunnel lord.
Oh,
Like-
God!
Like, this guy is a tunnel lord. Like, in scale. Modi is a tunnel lord, too. This
I
guy
get that.
This guy is basically a Dark Souls boss.
We're gonna be friends.
So,
We're gonna be friends, I can tell.
I'll kill him.
he's been strangely silent the entire time during this walk. He hasn't said a word to either of you two. Even if you were to engage him, he doesn't say shit. The only people that seem to, like, pay Adagast any mind are occasionally, like, some of the weasels, like, perk up as he walks and, like, crane their heads to look at him and then slowly retreat back inside with, like, in some cases, nods. In other cases, you hear hissing sounds. And they kind of all just, like, file back in.
Perhaps they will be our neighbors.
Giles, you see them coming up.
So, glad to see you made it here alright.
So you did not listen to Lady Gwendolyn.
I
I don't recall
admire.
being given any instructions.
I admire your ambition, little one.
Are you calling little? You shite.
You.
I could cheer you up and spit you out like a corn kernel.
You are very small, and I am very large. I do not think I would fit within your mouth.
You're very large, so you're easier to hit.
With all due respect, my lord, as much as I do love your japes and your barbs, can we talk about this? And she just, like, gestures to everything around her, like, vaguely.
This is trouble, if I could put it in one word.
How do you know they aren't friendly, looking to live in harmony with us?
And I just kind of give you this grin.
Stupid people.
Now they're friendly, but when we first stumbled across their post, you were convinced that they were going to kill us all.
Dukan knows what game he's playing, okay? He just gives you, like, a
Yes,
smirk.
Most people that live in the comfort of homes like this, and that they don't go outside the walls, are stupid, and they don't understand what it's like to meet people that don't share the same views as them. So you gotta play stupid with them, agree with everything they're saying, and then when they start to get more comfortable with the idea that you understand their ideals, then you push yourselves on them.
Oh, yeah, I do understand that and agree with your ideals, Giles.
See, you're figuring it out.
I'm
And
implying-
once you got them captivated, that's when you take what you want.
Yes. Yes, I do believe Giles has the right idea.
Ahead of you, you see Adagast file into the large hall, and you can see that the servant Weasel like inclines his head lower. Sort of, just you hear like this rumbling beast speech, which I'm going to say to Khan, it's close enough where you can directly translate it without any rolls. Speech is more or less akin to "Brother, how art thou?" To which the response is, "Tired, brother, tired. Go, leave me." And you see that the servant just nods and like slowly scampers towards you guys as Adagast like lifts up the chain and the ball and walks in, not dragging it anymore, and into the depths. "I have been instructed to provide you with a washroom. If you follow me, I will show you the way." And he slowly begins to sort of kowtow his way backwards, holding a hand out to follow him. Like literally looking at you the entire time. He doesn't look where he's going. He's 100% focused on you guys.
Yeah. I'll go.
Okay.
Yeah, he's following.
Alright. Eventually leads you to this large Roman-esque style bathroom. Like restroom, shower, washroom kind of deal. It's big enough where literally your entire regiment of troops can wash in here, Red. Like, it is made to wash a literal regiment of men and mice. There's no real, like, accommodations for weasels as far as you can see, but there are, like, large bodies of, like, bath water where you can wash if you want. As well as also on the inside, you can see a number of, like, mousy statues. And each of them sort of, like, just standing, like, they're all carved somewhat roughly out of shale, but they're pretty. Like, there's there's artisanal work here. It's just the materials prevent you from doing much without much more advanced technology. And while they do seem to have, like, some advanced tech, there's flowing hot water in this place, which implies plumbing.
Mm-hmm.
And a boiler somewhere. But, you know, it's kind of a strange side of things. On the one hand, weasels and rags outside. On the other hand, a literal Roman-style bathhouse with carved columns and mouse statues holding towels. Like, it's quite pretty in a weird way.
Are we all in this
We're
bathroom? Go ahead.
going?
Yeah.
Mhm. I
Natalie?
was just saying we know where all their money's going.
Oh. Are we all in this bathroom?
Yeah, no, there's no accommodations made for, like, one group or another. Like, you all have fur. Like, literally, there's nothing. Most mice don't even wear pants. You guys just kind of walk around in the buff because the buff is literally a winter coat. So, yeah, no.
Alright, if no one else is going to address it, I'm going to say it. Where the fuck did all these mice come from?
If I had to make an assumption, probably exiles like their king.
That's
They're probably not good people.
We might have been here. We found them and took over. We were told there was a possibility mice would already be here, and that wasn't accounting for this midnight.
You think he subjugated the lot of them? Makes more sense than 5,000 exiles.
No, I don't think he subjugated them. I think they like him. That's just the issue.
There's certainly plenty of iconography to back that up. He certainly seems to think highly of himself.
Oh, aye. Not like he could defend himself in a fight.
I'm sure he believes himself a mouse of destiny.
I don't trust him.
Nor I.
Don't trust anyone. Better off that way.
You can hear in the background, Red, some of your troops are kind of like splashing in the baths, having like a good time. Like, you know, they're getting clean, but for many of them, this is the first like open bath they've probably seen, honestly, since Apple Loft. For like, in fact, many of them weren't even from Apple Loft; they're all Wolfram. So like, this might be the first open hot bath they've ever been in, and they're enjoying it. That's for sure.
I'm putting chemicals in the water.
Solid green is nice.
Turning the mice gay.
I don't know, the flicking mice gay.
They're making my freaking mouse gay!
Eventually,
Come over there and
the
punch
weasel
his nose.
who brought you all back here slowly reemerges. The table is set for you and the guests. You're welcome whenever you wish. No rush, young masters. And it bows, and slowly the wooden mask retreats from the door.
What mask does he have?
A shrike.
He is. Oh, this is the Shrike. Okay.
Yeah. Not the legacy species, but the bird that
No, I
spears other.
know. I did think
Oh, yeah.
that the first time you said it, though. I will be honest.
Yeah, no, just mentioning that for the chat. A shrike is a small predator bird that grabs other animals, in some cases even other smaller birds, and while live or dead, impales their prey on thorn bushes to come to them later. It's like their equivalent of a fridge or a cabinet. Pretty morbid stuff, but they're beautiful birds.
Very effective.
I believe we are being set up. Do you think it is likely this midnight would stage a coup?
I look to both of you because I don't really know anything about him.
What's he gonna do? Can't do a damn thing. I've known this man. I was around when he pulled his little trick.
Weren't you, but, what, 10 summers old then?
12. I was old enough to know what was happening, and I was old enough to respect the man before he went on his little spree. He has a lust for power. Even if he acts humble now, that doesn't really change anything. Once you have a taste of that power, you're going to want more of it, no matter what it costs. It's addictive, seductive.
Does seem likely that he would give up his want for power and leadership.
Of course he didn't. He gesture around. Look what he's got here. Manipulative and deceitful people often won't tell you exactly what they want. They'll tell you what you want or expect to hear.
I haven't had the pleasure or displeasure of speaking with him yet, but I don't doubt it.
Not
But
exactly a pleasant person to speak to.
this still does not answer the question of who he took these mice from.
You'll find out in time, but we'll just have to play the game for a wee bit. 'Tis how it has to be.
I'll leave you to that part. Let me know when it's time to start smacking skulls.
You don't seem like the political type, so...
Too naive, they say.
Sorry, go ahead.
Speaking of smacking skulls, do you find it strange how these weasels here are behaving? They don't seem to be at all like your group.
Can I make a nature check or something for that to like know like specific differences?
You certainly can try. Yes, make a nature check. I'd say that probably is nature or circles. Probably your
I
best.
have a higher nature.
Okay,
That's a pass.
it is, and it's a sizable one too, which is what you needed.
Yay! I got 6 nature
so-
now. Is that how that works?
You add, I believe you add a pass next to it.
Yeah, that would have completed my pass lines.
Yeah, definitely. You get a 6 nature. Nice.
Oh shit, Pog.
So I am going to. Derek, is there a way we could very briefly take a break before I let you know your results?
Yeah, don't go anywhere, anybody. We're gonna go take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. Be back with more Mouse Guard. folks. Thank you all so much for waiting. Surely do appreciate it. Omni, what's happening?
All right, excellent. So, remind me again, what was it precisely that you had asked me, just to make sure I got this right?
What are the differences between mine and these stranger, like as in I don't know them, weasels,
Gotcha.
culture and mannerisms and demeanor and basically that.
Okay, so the immediate differences are obvious to you. First off, Adagast, who was your first experience with these weasels, is clearly some kind of leader of some kind, obviously, because for weasels, powers derive from strength, and in this case, Adagast is massive. By your people's standards, Adagast would be a tunnel lord at least. He would have kilometers under his command by his sheer threat, unless he was ragingly incompetent or unwilling. But from what you've seen, even the weasels aren't super psyched to see him. There's no celebrations. Whenever a tunnel lord arrives somewhere, immediately it's like a rolling party.
Right.
Tunnel lords enforce a degree of sycophantic presence around them. They have a cult of personality because that's all their power comes from. They are kings by might rule.
Right.
And so wherever they go, drugs, weasel women or men, depending on the taste or preference, fine meat and goods showered on them wherever they go. And the second they walk away, it's back to normal.
They take their pussy with them.
Yeah, pretty much. In this case, none of that. There's no pomp and circumstance. This is a society that clearly, at least this society of weasels, either doesn't value that or is incapable of mustering it. The second thing, the weasels live below the mice. In the Dark Heather, they do so for advantage. It is understood that they live in the Dark Heather because they conquer it. It is the burrow of every creature they come across, and it expands as they expand their domain. That is how the Dark Heather works. The weasels only made a part of it. They just add weasel dressing onto things they conquer from others. It's why you have in your nature the literal words burrow stealer. That is one of your nature abilities.
Right.
Here, this isn't the case of having stolen burrows or made a proud and massive tunnel network. This is living literally beneath other creatures, beneath mice, and it is... You would not need to look for very long to immediately assess the sociological implications of what this means for any weasel. These weasels are subjugated. 100%. This society is literally underfoot of mice, and it is made abundantly clear. The other thing you're noticing that's strange is the masks. In Weasel Society, there's plenty of weasels that wear masks. Some wear chainmail, others wear elaborate party masks or decorations or crests or helms. You wear a mantle of a kill. That's not uncommon. But this, something else.
New drone with a party rate of 8. Let's go. Welcome in. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you, New Drone. Appreciate it, buddy.
Welcome in.
Welcome to the Mouse Guard campaign. Welcome to Mouse Guard the Frontier. We're just discussing the terrible fact that, from what you can tell, buddy, these weasels wear these masks. They are not finely carved. They are not carved by artisans. They are carved for them.
That's kind of what I thought when you first explained them. It's to keep them from biting and eating mice, isn't it?
Possibly. It definitely is a hiding a visage of some kind. Which implies a lot about the power structures here.
Yeah.
Because you also notice there are no mice wearing masks.
Yeah.
Only the weasels. And the weasels, I will say, as you noticed, all their masks are the imagery of predators. There's no prey, there's no stags, there's no fish, none of that. It's all beasts of the wild that hunt. So, on that incredibly dour and dark thing for you guys to raid into, I think you can put 2 and 2 together with what you have, but there's a massive differential in power. Weasel society in the Mouse territories is about control and domination. This society is built on subjugation and kowtowing. There's not a weasel alive that would kowtow to a mouse like you just saw Duran, if that's his name, which it is, kowtowing towards Midnight. And yet, literally scraping the floor practically. Guiding you all around like a housecarl. That's weird.
Well, I know what our goal is.
Dukan does not like this place.
Oh, really? Why not?
You see their masks. You see the way they prance here and there. In my home, when the Tunnel Lord, like Adagast, returns, there is rejoicing and merriment. Our kind are kept in line by the illusion of power. A habit I intended on breaking, but it seems like your Midnight broke it first, and with it, my people here.
Around the corner, you can see the Shrike mask appear again, and behind you can see the eyes of Duran, and they're like a pale green. It's really all you can see of his face, sort of inset deep within the mask's eyes. I would again remind my guests, the table is set. The food is kept warm for you. Take your time. You may arrive at your leisure.
I want to push him. I want to see how much of a weasel's left in this guy. I want to cut him off while he's talking and try to be kind of rude and see if I can get him to react.
All right. Oh, how do you do it as he's still talking?
We will attend you when we are good and ready, servant, out of our sight.
Yes, of course. And slowly, lowers his head.
I just kind of hold my hand up towards the door, like, do you see what I mean?
It's certainly not the type of behavior I'm used to seeing from a weasel.
Thank you.
Eventually, Red, all of your troops are done washing up, and they're all done playing around. They're dressed back up, gear re-cinched, spears ready, glaives and heavy blades. A lot of them are all, let's be real, most of them are probably all wielding like the two-handed great swords. They're all sort of standing at attention and ready. Arabelle with her banner, ready to march with you into this strange arena of politics that none of you expected to be in. We're ready to go when you are, my lord. She bows to you, Giles.
Very well. Let's continue on then into this little trap we're just waltzing into.
Right. Arabelle turns to the troops. All right. 3 ranks. March. And she walks forwards, banner held high, the troops with their blades at ease, and somewhat good order behind you guys as you walk into the large dining chambers. They are massive. The imagery I will give you all is, think of the pre-Renaissance and pre-Dark Age castles of old and keeps. The ones that were made out of wood and stone, where it's basically a giant lean-to with stone walls built around it to fortify it. And the main hall is just this giant wooden chamber, illuminated dimly from below with lighting so that the ceiling is largely not visible, but for flickering flame. There's a large stone hearth at one end, and a long wooden table that kind of isn't really a rectangle as much as a giant isosceles triangle. And at the far end, you can see there's a number of chairs arranged of varying size. And along the two long sides of the table are a bunch of what appear to be like guest chairs, all arranged. They're all rather nice, nicely carved. There's one exception, which is a large weasel-sized chair, which appears, actually two, I guess. There'd be two weasel-sized chairs. One of the weasel-sized chairs is on the short end, and the other one is sort of like pushed towards the front on the right-hand side, closer towards the short end, clearly denoting that would be where you would sit, Jakan. It's not poorly crafted or anything, but it's cushioned. Seems nice enough. They clearly have some accommodations for the odd weasel that might be relevant, but strange because from what you can see from where you're sitting, Adagast is sitting in the other chair. I just finished him like literally 15 minutes ago.
Let's
so
go.
happy. And so Adagast towers over this table, sitting in a chair that seems like it's slightly less like fancy, but it is still a large weasel-backed chair, which doesn't even have like the proper. It's like most weasels will sit in a couch; they can sort of like lean into it because they're big furry noodles. This is a chair like a mouse's chair, so it forces him to sit upright a little more. You sort of get the idea that this might be partly where his hunch comes from, because this is bad back posture, and this guy's been sitting in this chair for however many years. Next to him, you can see Midnight sitting in his chair, and a number of other mouse coterie around him in varying garb of black, and in some cases white, gold, brass, lots of metallic and red colors mixed in, monochromatic with like a splash of brass color. All sort of sitting at this one end of the table. And Midnight gestures to the large table in front of him. You may seat your men. I have ensured that we have provided accommodation for all of them. Please, eat, be merry. And he gestures at the table, and in front of you is surprisingly nice, like, arrangement of meals. You see dozens of, like, roasted beetle. You see lots of like steamed nuts and vegetables and what looks like good food. Genuinely, like it looks like great food. And smells phenomenal. There's even a giant soup pot. It's like made to be sort of like self-served from. And all you can hear behind you, Giles, like a couple of your troops like licking their lips at the smell of this admittedly good smelling food.
Veritable smorgasbord.
Giles was still stern-faced, and he didn't really like give away exactly how he was feeling about the whole situation.
My lord, what do you have us do?
8?
Aye. All right, men. First rank, advance far into the table. Second rank, and she begins to direct them, and they sort of like file in like kids at a cafeteria until they fill out about like a check mark's worth of the isosceles triangle, which leaves enough space for you and the guys to get closer towards Midnight. And the obvious implication being, if there's two nice mouse-sized chairs and a weasel-sized chair close to the end of the table, that's probably where Midnight wants you to sit, and she's not going to break decorum for that. So, she sits on the other side of the table from where you are, still closer towards the head where Midnight is, so she can still advise you, but like also command the troops. You see a number of your other troops as well, a couple of familiar faces here and there. Jeffrey and Janet have also like sat down with the other troops, and they all begin tearing into food. Not disorderly, but you know, they're hungry. They haven't had a meal like this in a while.
Especially since I denied them their feast.
Just a little bit.
I'll be alright. Big babies.
babies.
So I assume you folks take your chairs.
Yeah. As I'm like getting ready to sit down next to Giles, I say to him,
I trust you. Don't screw this up.
Not really good at messing things up, lad.
I wink at you.
He just looks at him like. Giles sort of sits down at like wherever the head of the table is. He's that kind of person that's just like, I'm the most important, so I'm gonna sit at the head of the table.
That's fair. There's because of the way the chairs are positioned, like there's two chairs, one on one side of where obviously Dukan is meant to sit, and one on the other that's left unaccounted for. And you realize they have counted the number of men you have and provided chairs amply for it. There's even a couple of extras, and you get the feeling this is because the implication is there will be more guests, and they will be accounted for when they arrive, which is probably the rest of the expedition. It has been, I'm willing to say, about an hour or so since you've arrived. And in the distance, you do start hearing like the groans of tortoises entering the town and the sound of like chaos slowly bleeding in. Not like bad chaos, but like revelry. Eventually, you'd hear a large, loud knock on the door as the familiar shape at this point of Duran the Weasel's mask cranes in from outside. More guests, my lord. Midnight at the head of the table. Good. See them in. I assume we play host to Gwendolyn, her husband, and the other leaders of the expedition? Yes. And there are others. We might not have chairs for them. And you will adopt them. Are we talking Predator? I don't know. Covered in spines. Unfamiliar, lord. I will bring cushions. Chairs can be made. Good. Get to it, then. And Duran bows and sees himself out, and slowly striding into the hallway, you see Gwendolyn, Saxon, as well as also Cedric, and even Preston of Spruce Tuck walk in. And behind them, Raphael, the Red, of the Regims, and Modi, the Red, of the Weasels, all stride their way into this chamber. Suddenly the chamber gets a lot more busy, as a heavy table is pulled out from the side by a pair of weasel menials wearing masks of various other creatures, sort of like scooting this larger table out, putting it aside, quietly walking up to mice at the bigger table and being like, could you please move? Like, you know, bigger people have arrived. We request this. You know, this isn't uncommon at tables in feast halls in the mouse territories where when big people arrive, little people are expected to give chairs. And they largely comply, and their food is moved over with them. Eventually, everyone's seated at a very uncomfortable, large isosceles table. With this beautiful smelling feast in front of them. And Gwendolyn awkwardly sitting at the head of the table on the other side from you guys. Eyes locked on Midnight the whole time. And he just kind of lets people talk for a bit. Unabated before he slowly stands and grabs one of his glasses, a little like wooden mug, with his brass hand and holds it up. A toast. To guests. To friends and travelers. You've come far from the mouse territories. And I bid you partake of my house's generosity as long as you wish. And to the burying of bad blood, as he gestures to Gwendolyn, who slowly stands and takes her own mug. To the burying of bad blood, and a forging of trust made through effort Cheers. They both drink, and everyone else at the table kind of just like awkwardly looks at each other and slowly drinks, puts their cups down. They both sit down, and tables begin to get loud again. So, what brings my exiler and her people so far out into the wilderness? As I understood, the wilds were mine, were they not? To which Gwendolyn just sort of laughs a little bit. I think you know that it was meant to be the other way around, Midnight, but letter of the law and all that? Yes, quite. Well, you are welcome here. That does not answer my question. I see an expedition outside, if I might be so honest, mounted and plated for war, and you come to my beach, through my forest, to my home. You would see my trepidation with what we have built here. I do. Not here to do you any harm. We push for the ancestral lands. Ah. Yes. That would be bear country. You have your task cut out for you. But, if you wish to take it, it is yours. I lay claim to this land and this land alone. If you move beyond the heather, it's your business. Your companions intrigue me, though. I didn't realize the guard had begun to recruit weasels into their number. And he turns to look at you, Dukan.
Their methods seem to be quite different from yours.
Yes, I suppose you're right. What do you think, Adagast? And Adagast slowly cranes his head down to Midnight and looks up, and you can see beneath his mask these piercing, harsh red eyes. Like, you've never seen eyes that red. They almost glow. They're almost like bird's eyes beneath that mask. And you can hear like this deep sub-harmonic vocalization in his chest, somewhere on the way to being a growl. He slowly lets it up. Your rule has thus far been just. As far as I can see. But I cast no aspersions on my more southern kin. I know you not. Slowly cranes his gaze up to look at you, Dukan. Cousin. Ye who travel far. You keep strange friends as well. You might guess why I must keep my place here. But what brings you bearing arms besides mice?
We seek a different life. One wherein our kinds may live side by side, owning equal measure of part and parcel that which they take from the earth.
And then in Predator, I say to him,
I know not what sin you and yours committed to be shackled underneath. I wonder.
and then I just kind of let my voice trail off.
Adagast goes to speak, but Midnight pipes up and speaks in perfect guttural Predator with the same accent of your district, of your region of the Dark Heather. Shackled, mayhaps, but freer than they would have been. And he turns back to speaking to Mouse. Yes. Chains to bind a beast. Chains to bind all beasts. Here. Gwendolyn, you know part of my grievance with you. Why I led the rebellion in no small part. Yes, I'm aware. And as I told you then, and I'll tell you now, besieging the Dark Heather was pointless. A waste of resources. And a phenomenal way to get thousands of mice killed. For vanity. For vanity. For safety. Look around you. Look at the mice in my hall, the mice in the streets. They share streets with predators, with no fear. And the predators survive. It is a harsh life. But they are given the opportunity to rise above it. He gestures around the hall to the various other weasels, who seem to be in slightly better condition than the ones outside. They are fed. They are safe. Their skills are put to use. Their might, their cunning. The Heather cannot survive without them, and they know it. But to live here, they must abide by mouse rule. We are prey. To invite a predator into your house without a chain, that is madness.
You know, it truly is madness. Why these weasels haven't overthrown your wily old arse and taken over, since they're the only thing keeping this place alive. And you treat them like second-class citizens. I think that's gobshite. I think that you should treat them like mice, because they deserve those sorts of rights, especially considering that you wouldn't be a goddamn thing without them.
From across the table, Red, you can see Modi looks at you. She's been silent this entire time. And she raises an eye at that. Like,
I'm gonna have a big weasel girlfriend pretty soon.
She sort of cranes her head around to the head of the table. I will admit I'm not all right with this display. With all due respect, King of Nowhere, I will leave your hall and return to the expedition. I don't wish to start a political incident. And she stands up with a sound. She pushes the chair that she was sitting in behind. I bear you no actionable ill will. For now, I come from my weasels, and we will have words and teeth and claw. And Nightmare looks up at her and he smiles. Midnight, and he just kind of grins. Weasel, I hope you understand. It was this or genocide. I chose your people's salvation. You're welcome. Have a lovely day. He gestures towards the doors, and two weasel menials push the gates open for her. She glares at him, begins to walk away.
Let me make this clear to you, King, or let's digress back to titles that were more familiar. Blacksmith. Without them, you'd be nothing. And with them, you're a king. So, let me make this clear. You have a bunch of weasels, hedgehogs, coming into the city. And your weasels are going to see how ours are. And they're going to aspire to that. You're going to have a revolution on your hands, even if I don't even attempt anything. Even if I don't lift a bloody finger, you're going to have hell to pay for how you're treating these folk. It's as simple as that. And I don't even need their leader around to be speaking the truth. My saints would have wanted it so. Freedom is valued higher than anything.
I'm giving fucking Giles like the proudest stare right now. Like,
Saint Canon and Saint Matthias, love and brotherly love. We must extend a branch, an olive branch to those that we may not quite understand their cultures, but they're making a conscious effort to understand ours. So the least that we can do is show them some courtesy and respect. We are not the same, but we are not different either.
I'd like you to come with me. All of you at the head of the table. The rest of you, feast as you will. You are safe in these halls. If you wish more, you may take as much as you'd like. Gwendolyn, you may leave whoever you choose behind to ensure my goodwill is earnest. To which Gwendolyn sort of looks up at him and... Of course. Lord Saxon, my love, watch our people. Keep them safe. Which Saxon nods and reaches over and they give like an adorable little like elderly mousy kiss. And she sort of stands up. Raphael, what say you? You wish to come with us? See what Midnight wishes to discuss? Which Raphael slowly cranes his head up and you can hear like creaking as he sort of cracks his back and stands himself up. I very much would like to. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but I'll admit, strange being in this place. I will ask, you're not going to make me wear one of these god-awful masks, are you? You? You're no predator. Come. This place is as open to you as other, but I do ask, you keep your fire pike dry. He sort of just like nods and gestures for you guys to follow him. As Adagast slowly stands up from the table and follows Midnight. Like this very slow, steady walk. And Gwendolyn kind of looks over at you three, sort of shrugs. Coming?
I nod.
He'd nod and stand himself up.
Midnight leads you deeper into this chamber behind the main room. You have like the bathroom on one side, the rest, the washroom, and on the other side, there's this long hall. And he leads you down it. And as he does, he's speaking. You can see that the walls are like lined with weasels, and each of them is wearing like this brutal plate mail. For every one weasel, there's 4 mice in splint mail with spears. And you get a feeling it very much looks like the fence outside, and you realize like this is the motif. Everything in this place has been crafted intentionally. Like the wrought iron fence outside, it's 1 long tine, 2 small tines, 1 long tine. And you thought that like they were sort of like weirdly shaped at the top. It's because 1 is a weasel head and the other 2 are mice heads. It's just like, oh, okay, that's what that is now. And they're all armed and alive. They're not like just statuary. You all seem to operate under a misconception. I came here to save these people. By pure accident. And he gestures up at one of the walls to the end, and there's this massive, beautiful tapestry. Dukan, make me a nature roll right now.
Yay, nature. Lamb.
Damn. Okay, buddy, you're kicking ass.
Yay.
This isn't weasel or mouse. This is another predator. This is fox. Made with smaller hands, which implies enslavement, which fits the MO of foxes historically. They will conquer a region and enforce control and make others do their work for them. And you see this sprawling, beautiful tapestry, and the borders are foxes eating mice and weasels. in like sequence as like this recurring geometric motif. And inside of it, you can see this large map of this place. And on it, you can see multiple large red X's over these stenciled in locations. When I arrived here, this place was as the wild once was. A place you all have become intimately unfamiliar with. And we can only another raid. Thank
oh my
you,
goodness,
guys.
MC Ninja Kitten with a rate of 4. Welcome in, you guys. Thank you, Kitten. Thank you so much, dude.
As Midnight defers from thanking the raiders. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Raider.
This place was ruled by predators. That's how this works. This is not a realm of freedom. There's no such thing as freedom beyond the mouse territories. The mouse territories represent a unique thing. And it's only possible because you keep predators out. Well, I don't have a scent border here. Bears and wolves and hawks enslave. This place was not made by me.
Live from the Apocalypse raid of 9. Okay, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, thank you.
Hey everyone!
Welcome in,
Everyone.
guys.
Hey!
Oh shit, sorry, I did not mean to hit my mic just now, you guys. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody.
Hello.
Hi everyone. Welcome to Mouse Guy.
The apocalypse is here. It will be soon, don't worry.
Mhm.
Clearly.
I'm working on it.
So, Midnight continues. This place was ruled by serpents. And he takes his sword and sort of like with the hilt of it points to a part of the map where there's this large red paw print that's put over it, and you can see that it's clearly a mouse paw print. This place used to be their den. Stone carved by slaves, mouse and weasel. The weasels were our overseers, or I should say, our, and he gestures towards the mice, our overseers. They were themselves subjugated by snakes, who were themselves subjugated, and he points towards another part of the map, by foxes, another red paw print, who were themselves subjugated by wolves, and further up towards the mountains. You stand on a kingdom built on predation. There's no freedom here beyond what you can claim. I make them wear masks to protect them from the mice who would string them up. I humble them so that way, when they walk the streets, they are not harassed. The weasels here know what they have done, what they have wrought. Why don't you ask him? As he gestures up, and you can see Adagast, like, just slowly reach out and touch the tapestry. And you can see, like, around his wrist, because this is the first time he's, like, really extended his free left hand out from his, like, tattered robes. You can see his wrist is a tapestry of pain. Like, lash after lash, scars all over it. And one steel manacle that literally looks like it's been hammered and clawed at and sawed at, and it never could get free. It's just stuck there. And he slowly just runs a paw over the tapestry. When the mice rebelled, Midnight led the coup. My people were going to die. So, I offered Midnight their service. A pact of blood, as we had for the fox. He took it. It's penance. Not for our crimes, but our failure. Do you
So you had a
understand?
successful coup then.
Midnight chuckles. You'd be surprised what you could do when people actually want it.
It seems like you stopped short. You have been called many things, no. Weak. Coward. Maybe neither are true. But one thing certainly can be said. You took a half measure when a full one was what it cost.
I'm just looking up at this big guy, like, real sad about it.
He's just like shakes his head and looks over at you. One day, mayhaps, you will understand. I pray you don't. Our war with the Predators continues, however. The others. And then he puts a hand out and, like, you can see there's 1 or 2 other settlements that are not accounted for, that don't have red paw prints over them. Midnight turns and looks to you all. We find settlements. We raze them to the ground, stone and all. The beasts return if we leave anything else. The mice are from the wilds. They live here, are native, and the Predators disallow them anything like a civilization. The best they can hope for is enlightened subjugation, a chance to survive, to become talismans on their walls. And he gestures down the hallway, and you can see, like, this hallway sort of splits in two. On the right is mouse structure. On the left, it gets rougher. You can see the walls round out, and they're made not for mice anymore, and they're lined with skulls and set in the stone. I break the wheel here. That was the difference between us, wasn't it, Midnight? Gwendolyn speaks, steps forward. You do, and I try to do better. You get results. I will admit, I never liked your work, but it worked. I won't judge you, Midnight. I cast you out. This is not my realm to rule. And I don't think your people would take kindly to me executing you here. But you will not subjugate my people, is that understood? I don't want to. Where you're heading, you'll do that yourselves. And when we come to free you, you'll remember my warning. Where you seek, the fox's den, the hawk's nest. And he points up at the tapestry above. The only place you could go, the birth of our people. The fox was dead, but his kits have grown. And the hawk has many children. The slaughter continues there unabated. You are welcome to go there, but if you do, you will not bring that battle here. This hard-worn little bit of peace I have made. You're welcome in my halls, as long as you'd like. When you leave, 'cause you will, don't come back. Don't bring this war to us. Because if you do, I won't have to besiege Lockhaven to kill you, Gwendolyn. And we'll finish our battle. Deal. We'll rest the night. Can we gather supplies? And she begins to walk after midnight, and they start conversing the minutiae of details of their stay, leaving you in the hallway with Adagast, this towering Tower Lord Weasel. And, well, it's really just you guys. Most of the coterie have left.
He calls it peace. Is cowering in the dark, propping oneself up on the backs of giants peace? Or is it cowardice? I will break your chains, cousin, or I will die.
Adagast looks at you, and you can see those bright, piercing red eyes sort of like slightly narrow at you. And you will die for nothing. You wish to save our people. Build something better. Then come back. I've had enough of hope for one life.
Don't worry.
Cousin.
Already working on it.
Your swordsmanship isn't as good as your volume is. My people may yet be free.
Not just a good swordsman, lad. I'm good at leading other swordsmen. Probably one of the best.
I hope so. Small one. And he turns to you, Sienna, and like suddenly like his presence is like on you. And you realize this like you'll notice in the back of the image of Adagast, I have been kind enough to provide a shadow image of how big Dukan is to scale to Adagast. Please bear in mind that you are up to Adagast's thigh, which is like 1/4 up his noodly body. You are small.
I am not seeing images, by the way.
That is weird.
Yeah, when you were
Where's my
explaining
image?
Adagast earlier,
Oh,
I was
hold
like,
on.
I feel like he's talking like there's images, but I'm not seeing them.
There is. Damn it! Hold on, I got this in Player's Journals.
Rest, like Modi and the Hedgem, everything.
You might need to restart Roll20 then, Derek, very quickly.
I can do that.
Hold on. I'm just gonna throw it in all your
Reload the
journals.
page.
Save changes. Huzzah!
Anything can happen on a live web show.
Don't you know it? Don't you know it?
Here we go.
Alright, there we are.
Oh, he's all begging.
Oh,
Yeah, he's big.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Like I said, I really tried to draw him as fast as I could. I'm sorry, I couldn't do it faster.
This dude rules. I love him.
Big
Thank you.
fucker.
So Adagast turns his towering attention to you, Sienna.
Gary.
You've been silent this whole time. I'm curious. What do you think? I've heard braggarts, and I've heard would-be kings. He slowly kneels down until he's like practically... He's not eye level with you. Again, the guy's massive. Like, even his knee is higher than you. But he cranes his head down low enough and like puts one hand on the ground so you are like almost eye level with him. I wonder, the silent thinker would say, you seem to be the smart type.
I like to hope so. Well, I do admit I've not always been the Weasel's biggest fan. I also do not care to see you and your kin in this situation. Hardly seems fair, given the circumstances.
Truth. and appreciated. I've had mice tell me before they don't like the way things are. And he slowly cranes up. Unfortunately, nothing ever happens. They like to talk. Tell me the things they would change. But I outlive them. Unfortunately.
Then why don't you join us and make sure it happens this time?
My people's survival hinges on my blood debt to Midnight. Midnight has offered me my freedom more than once. But the mice of this territory know what it would mean. My abdication would dissolve our agreement. The laws of the wild. My people would no longer be protected, even by Midnight's decree. And frankly, the mice don't act, because they know I would kill them.
Then
I
perhaps...
leave, they're gone. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. Perhaps the other one can join us then, Duran. Surely it's better than the bowing and scraping he's forced to do here.
Duran can't. He's my brother. But he's wounded. Crippled. Nothing wrong with it. But the wild is no place for a weasel that can't bend over, or run, or hunt.
Is there one you would suggest in his place?
Yes. If you wish. If that would be agreeable with you. Mayhaps a guide.
Do you think it would be beneficial to have someone who is more familiar with this land?
What say you, Lord? As he looks down at you, Giles.
Well, this situation is not something I haven't seen before. People lording their power over other people. But here's my opinion on the matter. I would rather die free than live a slave. And my definition of slave may be very different than other people's, but what you and your people are going through, it is a debt that shall never be paid off. Indentured servitude. So here's my opinion. I'm going to finish what Gwendolyn didn't. And I'll rule over this place and make sure that everybody has equal standing, as they should.
You can see Adagast lean his head back and sort of deeply rumble. And, after a second, it becomes apparent it's as close to, a chuckle as he can do. He slowly lowers his head. I would kill to see that day.
I would too, and I will.
I will not. Unfortunately, a blood oath cannot be broken. To
By
kill
you?
him. Yes. But if you
Because I
try
can't
to
take it
kill
away.
Midnight,
You would
You
have to
mu-
kill him.
the young one understands. But if it delivered my people to safety, so be it. Let's get you that guide. He slowly begins to walk down the hallway.
Giles just stares at him with this look of disgust on his face.
Thank you, Giles.
Sure. I don't like people that hold on to traditions so tightly that it'll eventually asphyxiate them. I don't understand the point, especially when a tradition is moot, and it's in the best interest of your people to not throw yourself in the way of somebody that you want dead anyway. Ignorant. Traditions are meant to be broken if they are to bring harm to others.
He is proud. He would forsake his pride after he has perished.
And he'll die
means
with it. And I'll be the one to
Perhaps.
take it from him.
Perhaps we can seek another end. Such an experienced weasel would certainly be a useful ally in the coming days if this mural is true.
No half measures.
I think about it for a moment and then
No half measures. You're right.
We do this right the first time so we don't have another problem again. I'm not making the same mistakes with Gwendolyn.
Aye. Traditions broken. Right. Sienna, what do you think?
I don't think that we're in a position to take them on yet. But perhaps we should listen to what the weasel said and find new land, set up our own settlement, then come back and bring those who want to come with us.
That's a thought.
If he was offered his freedom, why would he not take that now and leave with us?
Just as you said.
What else?
Right.
Some things confuse this weasel.
Eventually, as you follow Adagast through the hallways and the chambers. By the way, like the mice and the weasels who are guarding like the corridors, they say nothing of any of your conversation. Like some of them occasionally are like nearby close enough. None say a thing. You get the distinct feeling that this kind of conversation is not uncommon. Or for that matter, even frowned upon. Midnight rules, somehow, through power. And his people know it. That's all there is to it. Eventually, Adagast leads you deeper into the network, into some of the older tunnels. And you can see, like, again, at eye level for a mouse and a weasel are respectively mouse skulls and weasel skulls set into the stonework. And you can see there's artisans' tools towards the entrance, like chisels and what appears to be like gesso and tile and concrete set there to slowly erode and replace bit by bit the tunnels. But it's a lot. There's so much to go through. Like the fact that you haven't seen any of this imagery anywhere else in the settlement implies they've cleared everything going down. They're just starting to get into like the lower layers. And as he leads you deeper, Adagast grabs a torch and ignites it, and it glows in his hand as he brings it down, like flickering little bits of petrol and gas and oil down his hand, which he doesn't seem to feel. And eventually, he gets deep enough and holds a lantern out, and you can see like this large underground warren of weasels living like this is a little more familiar to you, Dukan, almost like the Dark Heather, but all the trappings are gone. This is like almost a primitive early proto-Heather. There's a large body of water in the middle, with like a little bit of primitive tile laid around it. And the walls are still decorated with the same skulls. There's a couple of columns. They're sculpted, but they're angular and sharp. And you can see there's a lot of sand on the floor. If anyone wants to roll me Hunter, you can. Just saying, you can. Wild Country-wise works. Predator-wise works. Whatever. Okay.
Wild country it is. I gotta rip my shoes up first up.
Alright, that's 1, 2, 3 successes. Okay.
Only got a 1 in Hunter, so I'm probably not gonna know anything about this.
Okay. Red, you got 1 success.
Yes.
And Sienna, what do you got?
So I'll just roll my 1. I was trying to see if I had anything else, but yeah, no, I don't know anything.
That's fair. Oh, mark a failure. Don't forget, it's easier to learn from failure than success, so you're that much closer to getting to 2.
Weird head-shaped bones up there.
Is that a
in
mouse?
Is that in my skull?
It's my hole. It's me shaped.
Oh God! It was made for me.
So the Sienna, like the scale of this place terrifies you. There's something about it that's just naturally dreadful. And you can tell, like, by looking around, that the weasels are not happy being in this place either. It's just sort of where they squat. Like, they're working on making it better. You saw the tools outside, so, like, you know, they're chiseling this away. But, yeah, like, this place sucks. Red, you get the distinct feeling that this place was, in fact, where the Serpent King lived. Whichever serpent claimed dominion over this land. Obviously, the chamber is made for a serpent. It's wider by far than it is tall. The columns are sharp because they're meant to be scraped against to get, like a skin off of, especially when it's shedding. The walls are decorated with skulls at eye level for mice and for weasel to remind them who's in charge. And the chamber in the middle is, this whole place is filled with sand because sand is very comfortable for a snake to move on, depending on the type of snake, which implies probably a rattler. Dukan, you know a little more, and it's a terrible thing because you are a predator. You spent your life hunting mice and whatever weasels require. In some cases, even other weasels. Weasels aren't apologetic about it. There's areas of the Dark Heather where there's massive chambers with skulls piled so high that a weasel would need to stand on the shoulders of 3 of their kin just to see the top. Open to the sky to like ghosts escape, because predators, it is what you have to do. It's in your nature. Until recently, where these notions have been slowly getting challenged. It seemed as natural to use breathing. Seeing this chamber makes you see how other animals prey, and they prey on you too. And it makes you inherently nauseous. Because the chamber where there's water, you realize that's not for water. They added the fountain onto it. That is where mice and weasels would go to be eaten. It's made like a fountain, so that the blood doesn't stain the sand. And the chamber is basically, well, like many animals, a tyrant's executioner room, which is also their throne room. But the tyrant would kill them in front of all their other their other servants. That's where the skulls on the walls come from. This isn't uncommon in more brutal Tunnel Lord society. Even other weasels are kind of like, that's a little hardcore when you have someone who starts like chopping off the heads of their servants and putting it into the stonework, but it's not uncommon. This, though? This is a prolific mass murderer, whoever lived here. you distinctly get the feeling that this is the kind of thing Adagast was willing to sacrifice his freedom for, to stop. Somehow, Midnight stopped this. It's the only thing that makes you realize, or think even a little bit, that makes sense as to why he sacrificed all of this. Why they live in squalor. Because it was either squalor or this chamber for what it was meant to be used for. Adagast walks in and slowly, holds out a hand and sort of snaps it. Terrell, step forward. I need you. And slowly standing up, you can see a weasel. Brown, for the most part. White on the underside, more traditional weasel colors. Slowly walk forward. And this weasel is wearing a black iron helm, not unlike the mice outside. And a cloak very much like the tattered raiment that our friend Adagast wears. You will go with them. They are mice and weasel. And a third thing. I didn't catch what they are called. I'm guessing those are hedgehogs. And he sort of looks at you guys to confirm that suspicion.
We call them spiky boys, actually.
We call
Just
them
gaslighting.
Sweeb.
No, I'm kidding.
In my tongue, they are squeeb.
We
For the
call
record, if Raphael heard that, he would have killed you.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. I love Drado too much. I would tell them that they're called hedgehogs.
Okay. Regims. Oh, those are regims. Midnight speaks of them. They are regims, and mice, and weasels. You serve under them. Them expressly. And you can see as this weasel comes into light, his mask is carved actually in the image of what appears to be a weasel. And this deep in, you see a lot of weasels are just wearing weasel masks. His has sharpened kind of teeth at the bottom. It's almost a cartoonishly evil depiction of a weasel, carved out of oak. And he bows his head. Yes, Father, I will go wherever you need. Good. Fight well. And he just sort of pats him on the shoulder. And he half pushes his son towards you all, and the son sort of walks closer. And as you do, you see he has weapons on his hands that he sort of reaches to instinctively and brings up. And they're kind of like guitars, but it's really more they're like a chakram that he's holding. Blackened iron chakram. They seem like they are effective though, sharp as all get out. So sharp that they reflect the dim light under here, even if the rest of it's kind of like carbon black metal. I'm yours to command, wherever you would have me go, at the behest of the Shattered. My blood oath is sealed. He bows his head. Your names, if I may be so kind as to request them.
Dukan.
I
Go ahead.
Iona. That was it. I'm Sayana.
Sayana, Dukan. He turns towards you, Giles. Your
Giles.
name? Giles.
You notice Giles doesn't address himself by Lord Giles of Wolfram or anything like that. He just says, Giles.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised, honestly. I was expecting you to go, you may call me my lord or something.
No, Giles seems to know that he's, his titles don't matter here. And even if
Yeah.
the daddy wouldn't care.
The weasel nods, takes his chakram, and you can see a sound as it seamlessly cuts through his hand, and you can see the palm of his hand is dozens of scars. And you can see Adagast's free hand is also similarly scarred. Almost all the weasels have this kind of scarring. And he slowly squeezes his hand until blood pools in it, and he holds out his hand to you all. Take it.
Okay.
Cut my hand first, do I?
If you do, like the blood sort of pools in his little palm. You put your hand in, and then he just once he sees like your hand is sort of like soaked in it, he just sort of like gestures for you to pull your hand back, and lets you all do it in turn. Then takes it and just slowly brings it up, and dips his fingers in and draws 2 red lines beneath the eyes of his mask, going down to the bottom. The oath is sealed. I'm yours to command, as you would like. Where to? And he immediately takes his chakra and puts them around what appears to be like a belt. And behind him, you can see Adagast just slowly nod. You have my son. Keep him safe. He nods to his child, and his child sort of nods back, and Adagast slowly walks into the dark of this like pit and extinguishes the torch and lets night vision take over. And Dukan, you can see him just sort of like go over towards one of the larger like padded areas in the chamber, and he just sort of like rests there, like lays down and just sort of like rests. And that, I think, is probably the best place to stop this episode.
Sounds good to me. I'm gonna kill this fucking rat! Sorry, chat. That was really loud.
Your mic actually peeked you out, which is
Yeah.
hilarious.
Fuck is a kilometer?
Oh, that was amazing, Ami. I was fucking like super hooked into that. Like, I love this game every time we come to play, but I think this is the one that like really like just like grappling hooked me, and now I'm like set into this ride for however long it takes.
Can I say I've been sitting on this, like, all of this? Like, all of Midnight and the Arc of Adagast and all of this. I've been sitting on this shit since the beginning, man.
Oh,
Waiting for you guys to get here. I'm so excited.
I will personally kill both of them. I will, and I'll do it. It'll be funny.
They gotta die.
I'll murder you for the lulz, and I'll murder you because I said so.
I think that's Mal's fate, though. I can only imagine him, like, taking both of them out and then bleeding out afterward.
Man, what a way to go.
Yeah.
For the record, chat, we don't always have sessions this dark, but like some days, you know, you gotta have a little darkness to make the levity meaningful.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly, I think this one's an okay one.
This was a really good session.
And I'm able.
Thank you. Oh, all right, colonizers. What's worse? You or the natives? Go. Race to the bottom. Go. Thank you guys so much for playing. It means a lot. I've been sitting on this like second chapter of this home Mouse Guard game I've run for a long time. I'm glad we're finally getting to see it.
Dude, this rules.
So,
fucking so much fun.
Sam, thanks, Sam.
it's all I got. So I think it's time for outros. Derek,
right.
take us away, buddy. Your channel.
Sounds good, man. Well, thank you, Omni, for running such a phenomenal game, dude. I seriously love this. It's so much fun. And yeah, I'm grappling hooked now. I'm just going to keep riding this through the air at Mach speed. Natalie, start us off.
Hey everyone. You can find me here every other Wednesday playing Mouse Guard. I'm super excited to see what's coming, and I agree with everyone. Let's get this rat bastard. Mouse bastard, technically, but you might as well be.
Now that's a rat.
That's a wrap.
Tomorrow on Red's channel, Call of Cthulhu, which I'm also very excited for. Get to do another fun 1930s costume. Maybe one day I'll get some little mouse ears or something for Mouse Guard. But
I was thinking about putting blue makeup on under my eyes like Giles.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Until then, Call of Cthulhu and Booty are the two campaigns I get to dress up for. Speaking of which, no Booty this Saturday, but we will be playing Covet, or is the Lancer this week?
Covet this
Covet.
week.
Covet Syndicate on their channel.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, I'm on Twitter at LitZozobeans, And that's about it.
Awesome. Well, thank you, babe. Much love. Much appreciated as always. Thank you for being here. Rad, what's happening, dude?
Hi folks, I'm Rad. I'm one of the 3 primary colors. I'm a content creator in this community. Redemption VA on Twitch and VA Redemption on Twitter. I am constantly working on something, and I'm working on a lot of somethings right now. I'm currently writing a book and making maps for my Patreon. Check out my Patreon. It's literally Redemption VA. I make maps, and there's a lot of maps available to you right now for $5. You can get like 12 maps. It's crazy. Almost 12, I think. I don't know. I'm not good at counting. I'm an artist, not a mathematician. I don't know if you can tell. I failed math a lot. But other than that, you can find me on Derek's channel quite a lot, Wednesdays, Saturdays. And you can find me on my own channel on Thursdays, which, as Natalie said, Thursday tomorrow, 7 p.m. CST, we're going to be back into the world of Call of Cthulhu. And the Thursday after that, we're going to be back into Cyberpunk Red at 2 p.m. CST. But yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be playing some Magic the Gathering at 2 p.m. So if you want to come by and hang out, I might not play Magic. I might just like chill out and do something else. But
Nice.
I'm still going to do a stream tomorrow too. So stop by, hang out, say hello.
Let's
And,
fucking go.
That's all I got.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you, Red. Thank you for being here, man. Much love. Much appreciated as always. Omni, what's happening?
Hello, everyone. I'm the last Omnitect, your favorite robot American. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to watching another episode of Mouse Guard the Frontier. Man, it's good to be free.
Oh yeah, my homie's free now.
I am, as of yesterday, doing this stuff full time. I am now officially full-time content creator, illustrator, and TTRPG creator. So you guys can catch me on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/TheLastOmnitect, all one word, or my Twitter, which is also @TheLastOmnitect. I'm pretty good at keeping that the same thing everywhere. So look for the handle and you'll find me. Unless it's Xbox Live, in which case leave off the V. Otherwise, it's me. You guys can catch me on Thursdays, 10:30 a.m. EST, where I do the Breakfast Club, where we all hang out, chat, have a good time. We've been playing a lot of Destiny 2 as of late. We've been igniting the clan. It's largely just a breakfast date with the TTRPG community, where all you guys can come, sit down, we talk about the latest hot button issues in the community, whatever's going on. And I have a lot to talk about for the future of my channel, because we're doing a rebrand. I'm rebranding and refurbishing the Discord. I have to work on full-time on Legacy now. I'm opening commissions, like a billion other things. So there's a lot to talk about tomorrow. Assuming, because I'm going through a hurricane, because I live in Orlando, and it's right over us, or it's like on the way here. As long as power holds, we'll have the show. As for Saturday, you can catch me 10:30 a.m. EST, where I do the Stellar Forge, where I do world building for my TTRPG projects, including Legacy, Storytelling the World of Tomorrow, my science fiction space opera TTRPG that I've been making for 20 odd years, and finally can now finish because I'm doing this full time.
Let's go.
So tune in, help me world build as we prepare the campaign I'll be running on this channel, Legacy First Flight, with, at least I know we have Derek and Red in that campaign as well.
Yeah, baby.
Other than that, you can find me here on DMDM Studios all the time. You can find me on Redemption VA all the time. You can find me on Alakazam's channel, currently in a Belarius game. And I will have many more shows coming, including a couple APs on my own channel, including eventually a D&D Spelljammer campaign, as well as also a run of Legacy, and my fantasy campaign system, which I'll be running soon too when I get that done. So that's me, buddy.
Dude.
Thank you so much for having me.
Fantastic. Omni, thank you so much for being here, man. Thank you for such a fantastic game. Have so much fun. So appreciate it, man. So hyped for you. Congratulations on going full time. Mega props, dude. Mega props.
Thank you all. You've made it possible, and I love you guys so much.
Love you, man. Well, stick around, folks. We're going to be raiding into Ocarina Sheaf, so let's make some noise when we get in there. Share the love. If you like what you saw, you can catch us live tomorrow over at twitch.tv/RedemptionVA with Call of Cthulhu Under the Jade Sky. It's going to be a lot of fun. Don't miss it. On Friday, the Burnt Coin is going to be hosting a one-shot of a game called Kobolds right here on the channel at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Don't miss that. 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on Saturday, Covet Syndicate. It's a beach episode, so no huge stakes, no world-ending shit, because that's coming immediately following that. So yeah, this is the little dialogue trees on the Normandy before we blast off onto the point of no return. Sunday, L5R, Heart of an Empire at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, Samurai Sunday. Do not miss it. It is a fucking blast. On Monday, we have Death Roll, our high-level Diabolical Spelljammer campaign at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you like supervillain arcs, you like watching bad guys get away with it, that's probably the campaign for you. But don't take my word for it. Tune in and find out yourself. No stream next Wednesday, so good night, everybody. Love y'all, appreciate y'all, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye!